Do we have a clicker? Really? That works. Okay. Great. So, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being at this session and for being here at the GA in South Africa. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. Um, I hope you all had a restful flight. Maybe you slept a whole lot so that when you got here, it wasn't um, too much of a disruption to your sleep schedule. We are here for the Office for Astronomy Outreach, our institutional meeting, but this is really just a way to showcase all of the work that's being done worldwide in astronomy outreach. This is a joint session actually with the working group of professional amateur astronomer relations. So in the second session, you'll have the opportunity to hear from that working group and a little bit more about the work that they're doing. But for now, I'd like to tell you just a little bit about the OAO. So we are a joint venture between the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan and the IAU. We're based in the Mitaka campus of the NAOJ institution, which you can see right here, this whole green area. Most of it is NAOJ. We are located, I didn't put a little circle around it, but one of those buildings is right where the OAO is. If you ever come to the Mitaka campus, there's a number of really historical buildings and telescopes. So if you're interested in learning a little bit more about Japanese astronomy, you should come on by and we can give you a tour. The organization of the Office for Astronomy Outreach has 3 staff, one of which is the director, the international outreach officer, and the deputy director. And I'm telling you this because we're really excited to bring on 2 new people in the next few months, and we'll be able to have a full team again and really do some more exciting things with the office in the future. But of course, we are supported by a number of different staff, both at the IAU and the NAOJ, where we have a steering committee that oversees everything that the office does and kind of guides our process into the future. And then we also have a number of support staff thank you, that work with us and really help us do all of the work that we're doing. And actually would probably be kind of impossible to do that work without them. So Aoki-san is one of them here in the back, and then Yamaoka-san as well. The OAO really functions off of the goals and strategic plan of the IAU. And one of the goals of the IAU strategic plan for 2020 to 2030 was that the IAU engages the public in astronomy through access to astronomical information and the communication of the science of astronomy. And the way that we do that is in a multitude of different ways. And I'll tell you about a few of them. So the work that the OAO does, we really focus a lot on public communications, directly communicating with the public. And this includes our IAU themes, which are kind of like short form discussions of really common questions that we get all the time from the public. So for instance, one of the topics that we get, one of the questions that we get is, why was Pluto, quote unquote, demoted from being a planet and turned into a dwarf planet? And so we talk about all of the really interesting science behind trans-Neptunian objects and the important, the importance of the scientific process in changing how we understand our universe. So these are our themes. We do a number of different translations in association with our networks. We have a newsletter that gives updates not only from the OAO, but also from the IAU and the general community, public inquiries where people can ask about Pluto, all of our social media, and of course, we have a number of different publications as well. That's it. That's the whole work. Well, some other things, there we go. We have a series of global projects that take place throughout the year at fairly regular times throughout the year. You can see them all listed here, and the one that's coming up in the near future is 100 Hours of Astronomy, which will take place in the beginning of October. And this is actually going to be a joint effort between the OAO and the IPS, the International Planetarium Society, because they are celebrating 100 years of the planetarium, and we always celebrate 100 hours of astronomy. So we'll really be trying to encourage planetariums throughout the world to make their institutions as available to the public as possible and bring in as many people as possible under the dome. We also have a number of special projects that happen. These are anything that kind of by chance comes into our inbox and says, you know, this is a great opportunity. Would you like to be on board? And one of them is our Name a Quasi-Moon contest, which is one of the most popular things that we get asked is, can I name something in space? And this gives people the opportunity to actually do that. So if you're unsure about what a quasimoon is, it's an asteroid that orbits the sun, but has a very funky orbit with respect to the Earth. So it actually looks like it's orbiting the Earth when in fact it's not. So this Name a Quasimoon contest is ongoing. You can tell all of the students that you work with, all of the community members that you work with, that they can actually name something in space. Maybe teach them a little bit about asteroids at the same time. And you know, submit information for this contest. And if you're interested in learning more about it, you can come on down to the IAU booth where the OAO is sitting, and you can talk to us there and learn a little bit more. And then another special project that we're going to be doing later in September and through to November is what's your star story? So it'll give people an opportunity to kind of reimagine the constellations in the night sky and then write their own mythologies about those constellations. So these are, you know, two examples of really special things that are coming along that we're really trying to promote. Oops. Okay. And then we have our umbrella of communicating astronomy with the public. And this umbrella really is focusing on professionalizing astronomy communication. So one of them is our conference, the CAP conference, which this year took place in Toulouse and online at the end of June. And we brought together nearly 300 people from 52 different countries to learn about the different ways that people engage their communities. And from all of the feedback that I've heard, it was a really successful conference. And I think people really enjoyed being a part of that and being a part of that community. And something that we're actually trying to build up is a community of practice for communicating astronomy with the public. So if that's also something you're interested in looking into, you should definitely come back down to our booth and see how you can get involved with that. Toward professionalization as well, we have our journal, which is a professional peer-reviewed journal for astronomy communication. And it you know, tries to bring the research that people are doing around astronomy communication to the public and make sure that practitioners have access to this journal. It is fully open access, so anybody has access to the information that's presented within it. And we have an issue that was just published last week, part of which is actually dedicated to the GA. So if you're interested in that, I would encourage you to stop by the booth again, talk to us, and we can show you a little bit more about that. And then, of course, we have our CAP training program, which is meant to give public engagement training to IAU members and IAU affiliates. So that's anybody within the IAU network, be it the national outreach coordinators, which we'll hear from today, and the other networks from the other offices as well. And this can you know, range anything from learning about grant writing or how to manage a social media account for a particular project to relationship building and public engagement. So it really spans the whole gambit of what we might mean by public engagement training. And a lot of the things that I just mentioned are really mediated and dependent upon our national outreach coordinators. This is a network of more than 120 countries that are represented. And these people are points of contact within their countries, within their nations to bring the resources, the materials, and the work of the OAO into their communities and kind of cascade that out into their communities and make sure that as many people as possible have access to this information. And because all of our national outreach coordinators have they're encouraged to build their own teams. These are actually, this network is quite larger than the number of representatives that we actually have. We have over 300 people that are a part of this network, be them former NOCs, present NOCs, or future NOCs. And I should say that the NOCs network is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. So that's very special for us. And each triennium, we try to bring in new faces and get new ideas into the network. So we're bringing in 66 new people into the network, which is really exciting for us. So to give you a little bit of an outline of what's happening today, in the first session, we'll be hearing from our national outreach coordinators. A number of them have been with the OAO for quite some time, and some of them are relatively new. Our second session is going to be dedicated to collaborations in astronomy communication and led by the Working Group for Professional Amateur Astronomy Relationships. And then the final session will be all about innovative outreach that's happening all over the world. And throughout this, we'll have poster sessions. I think we have 45 or 46 sessions that are actually posters that are being presented today. And of course, the OAO booth will always be open throughout this 2-week period. So if at any time you want to come talk about what the OAO does, just come on by and I'll probably be there. So there are multiple different ways to get involved with the OAO. I won't read all of these because I would talk about these at the booth, so you should come talk to me at the booth. But I will just say that, you know, the best way to be a part of the OAO is just continue working with the communities that you're already working with, and then come to the booth and tell me about it. So that is it for me. But I would love to introduce our next speaker, who is Samir Durde, who is going to be talking about a project that we run for the NOCs specifically, which is our NOCs funding scheme. And the purpose of this project is really to bridge astronomy outreach that's happening across borders and across political and cultural lines. So bringing together different people from different parts of the world to do astronomy outreach and to find connections that really benefit all of the countries involved. So I think Samir is online, and I will leave it to him.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from India. So thank you, Kenny, for this introduction and the privilege to give one of the first talks in the OAO session, as well as in the General Assembly, I would say. I'm not sure if I have to share the screen or would the slides be shown in the hall? Okay, I'm able to share the screen. Thank you.
Hi, Samir.
Yes, I can. I hope you all can see the shared screen as well.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay. So I have been very happy to talk to you about I'm very happy to talk to you about the NOC's funding scheme, one of the projects especially run by the OAO. But before I begin, I will talk a bit about the background of work that we do here in the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, which is the institute I work in. It's an institute in India. So this is a cartoon map of India. And as you know, this is a very large country with a lot of people who are very curious, impatient, but intelligent. So, so we have a focus on low cost and large scale outreach here in India. And this is the kind of levels of activities that we do, with local activities focusing on school level programs, rural outreach, and a lot of public interactions. Our national level programs have reach in the universities and colleges. That's one of the mandates of IUCA, being an inter-university center. Other than that, we also, being a government institute, we also work with other government and non-governmental organizations and amateur astronomers. In international work, we have associations and MOUs with several organizations. We are doing EPO for 3 mega projects, astronomy mega projects, including the 30-meter telescope, the square kilometer array, and the LIGO India project, which is going to be built in India. Then the main topic of this hour is the IAU NOCs and the working group relation that we have. Just to speak better through pictures, you can see there's a lot of activity going on, particularly in IUCA, and this was one of the pioneering institutes for astronomy outreach in India, and in general for science outreach. So over the years, we've been in touch with IAU, and when the NOC network formed 10 years back, we were very happy to be part of it, and somebody or the other from IUCA has always been a part of it. In fact, I remember, in 2009, when we were doing the International Year of Astronomy, it used to be called the POC, the point of contact. Then there was an evolution, and we were very happy to continue being a part of it. So we are talking about the OAO's, excuse me, the OAO's National Outreach Coordinator Network, which is a very good network for joining all the people who are very active in their country. They may not have support, they may not have recognition, but through this network and through the work done by this, we've been able to have a lot of positive changes in this scenario over the years. But then one of the very nice things which OAO brought in was the funding scheme. That, just to describe it shortly, is a grant system, not a lot of funds, but a lot of outreach initiatives can be supported, but they have to be led by the IAU's NOCs. The projects presented are joint activities to be done by NOCs who can team up with each other and put forward joint proposals so that a central theme can be followed, but they have to come up with something in which they will be working together. So that kind of bolsters the international cooperation. Then, we have had some success with the funding scheme. So I will be describing 2 projects that I have been lucky to be part of with various partners. And so to describe one of them, which was also co-sponsored by the SK organization, the Square Kilometer Array organization, was between the NOCs of India and Mauritius. So Nadeem, who I don't know, is somewhere in the, I'm sure in the GA, is a partner. And what connected us during the thought process of this was a lot of cultural migrations, of course, between the 2 countries during the colonial times ruled by the British. But there's also a lot of low average economic background that our populations have. And we have radio astronomy in common. And of course, the funding scheme, which was our support here. So through this, we thought of coming up with a low cost, some resource which could make people aware of radio astronomy. And of course, we can't immediately go into interferometry and things like that. So we came up with a kit which is a very low cost and talks about basic astronomy, but with a radio astronomy theme. And the name of that is Swakar, which kind of also means do it yourself with your hands. And it was dedicated to Professor Govind Swarup, who was the pioneer of radio astronomy in India and has built radio telescope all over the world. This is such a phenomenal person. And in his memory, we dedicated this. One of the major achievements of his was the giant meter wave radio telescope, which is the largest meter wavelength interferometer in the world, in fact, and located in India. If you want more information about this telescope or anything else astronomy related to astronomy in India, please do visit the India booth, which is there in the exhibition. So under this project, with support from OAO and SKA, we could build a few prototypes of a kit, basically, in which we are using very low-cost material. I don't have a right away this very closer photograph, but you can see a lot of material here, which has presence. Of course, these things could be found in classrooms or easily found in local hardware shops. But then we put them together in a coherent manner in terms of experiments or demos, which can be done by educators, informal educators, and even like paper folding models, etc. were there. But many of them have actual science happening in them, and which can be then used by educators and informal science demonstrators to show the theme of astronomy and radio astronomy. So these are some of our success stories. Educator trainings have happened across India using these kits, which we made here. And a lot of teachers, they love them. They have also replicated them. So that was another thing, that the kit should be low cost. It costs about 3,000 rupees. That's the cap we kept for the price, which is about, I think, 30 euros or something like that, the material. We can always go beyond that if anybody wants to add more to that, but this is the cap we kept. And so the teachers could actually replicate it themselves with material found in their neighborhood. So we've done several educator training programs, and we've also done stage shows. So combined with slideshows and other demos, we could have lovely large-scale, lovely stage shows reaching large scales necessity in India. So that's one of the success stories of a great project supported by OAO. We come to another project which was related to telescopes for astronomy. These are optical telescopes, and there's a aspect of donation and assembly in this project. So that's why it's called the Indian name for donor, which is Tata. So in this one, our collaborators are NOC from Brazil, India, Brazil, Nepal, and Tanzania. So a background for this is that India has a lot of people, as I said, but there's very low reach of telescopes across the country. Not even schools, not even all schools have telescopes. So IUCA had come up with a low-cost design of telescope, which are DIY telescopes. Only the lens needs to be bought, but the rest of the things can be made from low-cost material available in the market, even in your local plumbing shop, maybe. So we've been doing these workshops using these low-cost designs for over 30 years now, and we wanted to translate this into something more meaningful. We also make reflecting telescopes. One of the refracting ones is here in the corner behind me. So we've had a great success with this program and the resources, and over 300 telescopes are made every year just with our help. And there are others who have learned from us, and they are doing a chain reaction. So a few pictures to speak for themselves. If you want to know more about them, please feel free to email us at our ID of scipop@gmail.com. So with this background of having some experience in telescope making, we got together, a few of us got together to brainstorming, again, after a meeting, which was again supported by OAO. We keep having these global and regional meetings. So in one of them we connected, and then we talked to each other. So what are the things which connect us? Lack of resources. All 4 countries that you see, they again, we need a lot of economic help for various things like trainings and demos and workshops. But even the training across the country is lacking. So our partners did not have the necessary expertise to make their own telescopes. This is not a very difficult task. It's been, they're not reinventing the wheel. Telescopes have been made by several people across the world for many years. 400 years back, Galileo made it without any resources. But we're still lacking the training. So that's something which needs to go across. But there's another unique thing, which was the experience of having received a telescope as a donation from gracious donors, but outside the country. Now this, you may not realize it, but this has its own implications, and we wanted to think about that. And of course, the NOC funding scheme connected us. So as I was saying, that there have been various initiatives over the years, like the Galileo scope distribution in 2009, and now we're doing the telescopes for all. I'm just mentioning the IAU specific projects. which involve giving of a telescope from one place to another, shifting of a telescope from one place to another. So the donations are welcome in our countries, but there are issues on the receiver side. So we know that they are finished products, and so they come with a price tag, and they have a possibility of commercial sale. The person receiving it might just sell them off. Yeah, they fetch more duties, taxes, etc. when they are finished products. Yeah, and only limited numbers can be sent with a given amount, because the whole thing costs a certain amount, and they can only be replicated in that many numbers. So we thought, let's explore making the telescopes in our own countries with low-cost material locally available, and just the optics will be sent across by the donor. Okay. So, and then we will research and inform the efficiency of this process compared to donating of finished telescopes. So in first phase, we have sent from India in this case, 2-inch refractors and reflector making material, the material that you see on the screen, which is basically lenses and eyepieces and holders, and the rest of the things have been collected by the partners. They receive the optics, they note down the process, and we have noted down the process of sending in the hurdles, the problems in sending and receiving the optics, and then we go on to get some training and do our own future activities. So, and maybe also build up on the low-cost telescope, which I just showed earlier. So what we have been expecting is a spur in interest in making DIY telescopes, and also to create universal training content. Finally, of course, we want to inform donors that it may be efficient and possible to donate just the optics instead of finished scopes. So quick sharing of success stories. In Nepal, we've had the first DIY small telescope making workshop. And some of this is my friend Suresh here with the OAO logo. And we all had very much fun. These pictures will not be so elegant and taken very well or something, because all these telescopes are made with crude material. They look crude, but the quality is very good. The lenses used are achromatic. The mirrors used are very fine quality, and that we maintain. And so our partners in Tanzania also got the same material, and they found their own local resources and came up with a stand which is slightly different from our design, which was specified to them. Of course, that's the fun of this project, that we want to explore local materials and what can come out of it. And a lot of interesting things came out. So we realized that in Nepal, wood was a very important material, but in Tanzania, plastic could be used. Some of our collaborators found a laser cutting machine, and all sorts of magic happened. Finally, of course, they conducted a workshop with the students who made their own telescopes. And recently, they've also ordered a new 8-inch mirror to take this to the next level. So for Brazil, the work is in progress. Here are all our collaborators on a Zoom meeting when we were chatting with each other. Shipment will be on the way, and the preliminary online training and local material search is done. So as we go ahead, we are also getting help from the community in translation and localization of training content, and a survey about local material, which basically informs us about raw materials, hardware parts available in the markets, different markets, and also alternatives to local material. So I want to stress here that through these projects, we have been able to bridge these gaps which were there, which is not just the reaching of the telescopes, but also the reaching of training, the experiences, and also have a link with people who are very similar in our backgrounds, but were not physically linked or linked by geography. However, astronomy and OAO, the NOC network, has linked us. Thank you so much, OSC OAO funding scheme. This is my email ID. You're welcome to share your comments or email me about any details. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Samir? There might be questions online, but I don't have access to that at the very moment. So if there are any questions online, if people could quickly put them in the Slack, I have that open. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, hi, I'm Veronica. I'm from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And I'm just curious, since the bottleneck seems to be the optics, is there a simple way to create those, simplified mirrors, or I'm sure 3D printing lenses is a terrible idea, but that sort of thing, if that would help with essentially the bottleneck there of not cheap materials.
Sorry, I was muted and my video is off, but
Okay.
yes, of course. So one of the things that we wanted to have as an outcome later was that after we do a first round of checking whether local materials for making the telescopes is available, we should also have the local partners should also explore whether any optics makers are there in the country, or if they can inspire somebody to take up optics making. We've had several good examples in India where entrepreneurs have taken up making optics by themselves. So yeah, that's happening. But yeah, as you said, 3D printing doesn't work very well with the lenses. And we use very good achromatic lenses and very good quality mirrors in this, not to compromise on the images of the astronomical instruments. So let's hope somebody takes it up. We also have a training course for making your own mirrors, which is easier than making the lenses. So we will in the future explore possibilities of having similar workshops, but seeded by the funding scheme.
That's really interesting. Thanks. And it just came to my head because I am a radio astronomer.
Yes.
I know that electronics are also expensive, but I also know that it's fairly easy to make what is essentially a dish. Have you considered this as well with local students to see if you can make some of the old paint can radio dishes?
Yes, very much. So I could only describe a few of our activities here. We do have a radio telescope making activity as well, where we are concentrating on that part. Yes.
That's cool. Great. Thank you.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we're going to move on. And if we have some time at the end of the session, maybe we can get some of the questions that were online that we're missing right now. So our next speaker is Camilo Delgado, who is online, I believe, and we'll be talking about one of our Knox funding scheme projects, excuse me, that was about, it's called The Path of the Golden Ring. So if Camilo, do you want to
Yes, yes, I'm here. I don't know. I'm not in the screen, maybe. But yes. Could you put me in the screen? Yes, now. So good morning to everyone. I'm happy to be here on this presentation. I'm going to share my screen. See here. So yes, now. So this is the project that we did in company with several NOCs. There are NOCs from, I'm going to present everyone. Javier Mejuto from Honduras, Emilio Zúñiga from Nicaragua, Edwin Santiago, let me see here. Carlos Fernandez from Panama, Eduardo Monfardini from Brazil, and Josina Oliveira. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to check something. Okay. Oh no. Here. Okay. So let me see. Here. So Edwin from Costa Rica, no? Carlos from Panama, Eduardo Monfardini and Eduardo is there, and Josina also from Brazil. And my name is Camilo, no? That now I'm the national coordinator here in Colombia, and Andrés Torres, that he was the former national coordinator. So the project is called the Path of the Golden Ring, in Spanish, El Camino del Anillo Dorado, or in Portuguese, El Camino do Anel Dourado. Was a part of the NOx funding scheme 2022 program. We did many outreach projects for the annular solar eclipse that occurs on October 14, 2023. We did 7 audiovisual products. We did a book, and 2 eclipse preparatory courses were developed. Additionally, 30 tactile booklets donated by NASA and 1,000 special eclipse weaving glasses that were distributed among the different countries in the initiative. So we have our videos and the book on these links I can put on our chat, and also in the Slack channel of the OEO. I can share the videos and the document from this project. So this is some screenshot of, related with each video. So we develop in each country, explaining first the astronomical feature related with the eclipse. Also, there was some astronomy details of our cosmogonies ancestors here in Central America and South America. Also, we did some recommendations to watch the eclipse. So I'm going to put later these links. I think it's going to be interesting because there are many information that we can repeat in the next eclipses now. Here there is the trajectory, no, this annular eclipse. So it was the main idea to join efforts by different NOCs. So we said, okay, we can. The path is going to pass, no, across our countries, so we can design some outreach strategy to increase the knowledge in astronomy in our countries. So there was around 10,000 people impact. There was in the left, you can see one of the pictures that we took at the moment of the eclipse in Colombia. There was also an advertisement campaign before the eclipse. So I think from 3 months before the eclipse, we began to do this kind of advertisement. There was in the left picture, you can see it was in Cali, in Colombia, that it was one of the places that were the annularity there. And we were there with some glasses, the special glasses. Also, we did some activities by using these tactile documents with the blind people. So it was really interesting. And there was some workshops with them. There are some institutions here in Colombia that is for blind people and with some disabilities. And we were working with them and preparing for get the experience from the eclipse. So it was something really interesting. We also joined with NASA to create the trajectory path of the eclipse here in Central America and South America. There was some pictures from Honduras. So there was more than 3,000 people attending in person in 3 different cities in the country, Tegucigalpa, La Ceiba, and Juticalpa. More than 6,000 people followed the eclipse virtually. So there are some pictures, and also the picture from the eclipse and the people that attend the events that we did. Also, this is for Nicaragua. You can see the eclipse picture, and also the activity that we did there. So there was It was a joint effort between amateur astronomers and professional astronomers. Here is the other picture in Nicaragua. You can see there was the whole range of age in the audiences. Here was some advertising that they did in Costa Rica. There were the activities. You can see that they watched the eclipse on the beach now. Also, there was in 3 cities now: Puerto Viejo, Limón, San Jose. Also, there are the local pictures there. And this is in Panama. So you can see also the members of the NOC. Here is Carlos there in this picture at the left. That was the NOC coordinator there. And they did a live broadcast of the eclipse. So it was something that happens in all of the countries. We did this virtual broadcast and also the activities on the place. Here, this is in the activities in Brazil. So there was a coordinated live stream real-time images from the eclipse from different places in Brazil. And there was also a connection with the professional and amateur astronomers. Here there were the activities. I think maybe Eduardo can tell with more detail that he's there on presence in Maranhão, Brazil, and Canada, Carajá, Pará, Brazil. So there was this broadcasting, and you can see the image of the annular eclipse. There was something very special in the region. And so with the strategies that we used during this project, we increased the networks of NOCs. We did this. We did the documents in 3 languages: in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. So it was something that we tried to reach more population and encourage communication of science and critical thinking. And it was also our final report. I'm going to put also in the Slack channel. And there was this activity. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
So do you have any question or comments? I think this strategy can be replicated in another part of the world. I think, by using these events, the trajectory of solar eclipse can join many NOCs. I think this is really interesting. The model can be replicated. So for this reason, I would like to share this information. And also, we try to recover the information of our ancestors in each part of each country. For example, in Colombia, our ancestors, when they watched the sky and they watched the Orion constellation, they watched the jaguar for them, related with their cosmogony. The Milky Way for them was anaconda. And in each country, we found many information related. So it's also interesting in this sense now. So I think the main effort to join the NOCs and also to show these cosmogonies, our ancestors.
Are there any questions from the audience? I have a question, actually. So do you think there are any other, like astronomical phenomena that might really bring people together in the same way that the annular eclipse did in your case?
Yes. Okay, I think all of the eclipses, the solar eclipses, in all of their forms, partial and total. Let me see what other project. I don't know, maybe with a path of a comet, maybe could be also. It's an interesting question, yes, with all phenomena.
I mean, especially from the context of bringing in ethnoastronomy or cultural astronomy.
Cultural astronomy. Maybe there was a project that this is an open question. If there was an ancient cultures that they watch the supernova, for example. So it's something that in each country people can find, I mean, can looking for. There was some petrograph or something related that a supernova happened at the time. This is something that it could be works, no? I think there are many information that is missing, and maybe we can help doing that. And this activity can join the astronomers and professional astronomers and with general public also. Because there are many archaeological places that we are discovering, and we can find some feature related with the observation of the sky at that time. So maybe this is also interesting. Yeah, here I think Ahmed have, yeah, Ahmed,
Amjad, sorry, yeah.
Amjad.
Yeah, I just had a comment that in 2027 also it's going to be a total eclipse that will pass through Libya and Egypt. So thank you so much for this presentation. It's really inspiring, and we can plan, I think, from now to the types of activity that can bring people together in such events. And also a comment with the question Kelly asked. I think in 2016, we did a science festival in Libya, and it was the supermoon that actually brought people together. So it's also can be something, I think, watching the moon or the Milky Way can bring people together. Thank you.
So I'm gonna thank you for that. I'm gonna ask Mike to put whatever discussion custom he wants to put in the Slack. Great. So I want to bring Jacinta Dilhays up to the stage. And we are going to hear about the Savannah, Cosmic Savannah podcast.
Is this what it will look like? Or will it be full screen?
Looks good on Zoom. I think we are good to go.
Can we go back to the first slide, please? Thanks. How do I change slides?
Press the green button.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. It's my great pleasure to present our partially NOC-funded project, the Cosmic Savannah podcast, along with my colleagues here today. So what is a podcast? For those of you who aren't particularly familiar, it's kind of like a talk radio show that you can download whenever you want and listen to it. The episodes are stored with like a podcasting host. Ours is called Blueberry. And you find them on, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. There's a whole bunch of different apps you can use. And our hosting company sends it to all of the apps, and so you can download our podcast wherever you get your podcasts. You can subscribe to them to get notified of new episodes. And this is, we found that this is a really good way of reaching a very large audience, particularly because it's relatively easy and cheap to produce your own show, and it's free for others to download. All you need is a device and an internet connection, which not everybody has, but it does lower the barrier of entry there. And the popularity of podcasting is growing exponentially kind of every day. And it really took off during COVID because, of course, this was an accessible method where you don't have to be around other people. And it's free, it's globally accessible. There's very small files to download because they're audio only. So you don't need a large amount of data to get the episodes. And you can listen to them offline and on the go. It caters to the already engaged public. So this is not a method of trying to convince people that astronomy is interesting. They have to choose to go and subscribe to your podcast and click on it and listen. And so we try and make these episodes a bit more long form to include more detailed content that people who are interested in astronomy but aren't necessarily astronomers, and include them in really the details of the research of what's going on. And when it's just audio, you can develop you develop an intimate, the listeners develop an intimate and personal relationship with you, because it's very hard to be inauthentic when it's just your voice. You don't have your body language or your facial expressions to add to it. And it's relatively quick to create. As I said, no visuals needed, although some people are putting their podcasts on YouTube these days. So what is the Cosmic Savannah? We are a podcast that showcases Afrocentric astronomy. We cover everything about the research, the discoveries, the researchers themselves, the telescopes, instruments, ethnoastronomy, outreach campaigns, kind of anything associated with astronomy and Africa in any way. Including our international collaborations and the extent of those collaborations, kind of showing that South Africa is one of the world leaders in astronomy, particularly in radio astronomy, and it's really, really globally connected. We launched in April of 2019. My colleague Daniel Cunnemer and I started it just as a pet project, just on the side, as a hobby. And then it kind of grew into this big thing. And now we have a whole team, which is really awesome. The podcasting scene is quite small in South Africa, but it is growing. And we target the general public. Primarily, our first priority is the South African general public, then the African-wide general public, and then the international general public. And you can get it everywhere. So we have seasons. So a season is typically about 12 episodes, and we release each episode once a fortnight on a Wednesday. And each episode is somewhere between 30 to 60 minutes long, roughly. It consists of myself and the other two hosts having a chat about things, and then we go into an interview with a guest. We may have one or two guests per episode, and then we have a chat again at the end, and then it kind of ends off there. We pre-record the interview. So for example, when we go to some conference like this, you'll see there's a bunch of roving reporters going around and doing interviews with people, and we keep that in our cache, and then we roll those episodes out during the next season. We also have a website which has full show notes and the full transcription, which we have a static version and a scrolling version on most of for most of the episodes, and that's for accessibility. Those who are hard of hearing, don't have English as a first language, these sorts of things. And we've now got a YouTube channel which is no visuals, it's just the audio. But the great thing is that you can put the subtitles over it. So again, this helps people who have English as a different language, and YouTube will automatically translate to different languages. I don't know how well because I only speak English, but I've been told it's not too bad in several languages. Well, I don't think I need to explain to this audience why South African astronomy is awesome. I mean African astronomy. We do try and make the podcast more about all of the African continent. Of course, being based in South Africa, being exposed to that, our podcast is very biased towards the South African astronomy, but we try and use opportunities like this and AFAS, the African Astronomical Society meetings, to try and get interviews with people from across the continent, because we really want to showcase all the amazing research going across the continent and how that's growing. Again, I don't think that we need to discuss why African astronomy communication is important, but we try and use this as a platform to challenge the Afro-pessimism kind of attitude and replace that with like something called Astro Pride, which I think is a term that was coined by Tana Joseph. Oops. And we also really want to use this to provide diverse and representative role models. So we make our guests, well, we don't particularly have a target, but we just interview good people, and they happen to be, you know, very, very diverse. And this is a great way to give them a platform to amplify the voices of those who were traditionally underrepresented. And of course, we know why astronomy outreach is important. So who are we? Just to finish off. So there's myself, Dr. Daniel Kanema, who is here in the audience, and Dr. Tsimiso Makwela, also here. We are the hosts and producers of the podcast. We were very lucky to have Tsimiso join us for the start of season 5, and we are halfway through season 6 now. And we have grown this massive behind-the-scenes team. We have a podcast manager, Francois Camphor, over here, our social media manager, Sumari Hatting. We have a paid audio editor. The rest of us are volunteers. And we have Abby on transcriptions, Shaman on the website. And we have a brand new suite of recruits. Here are our roving reporter trainees, so have a look out for them. They'll probably be coming to harass you for an interview at some point. Be nice to them. They're a bit nervous, but I think they're going to do a great job. In particular, we managed to get a little bit of funding from the Faculty of Science at the University of Cape Town to sponsor some student assistantships. And so these 3 students are undergrads in 2nd and 3rd year in astronomy, and they are now paid a little bit to be Karabo is our assistant manager. We have Kashifa in digital presence and Sisa in content and transcription. And this is a way to try and train up people from the ground and then get them involved in an early stage. I'm going to skip this, but here we are in our tiny studio where we've stuck some foam on the walls, and you can see it's starting to peel off. So we're replacing that. We've just bought a new recorder, partly thanks to the funding that we've received from the NOC. And so far we've produced 6 seasons, about 95 unique episodes. We try and spotlight not just research, but also other issues such as ethnoastronomy, women and girls in astronomy, mental health in science and academia, conservation and climate action, these sorts of things. And it's generated a whole bunch of interest and collaborations in different areas, Astronomy Without Borders, from artists, from authors, radio stations, TV, a whole lot of strange and wonderful things. We have a lot of support from the government now, which is wonderful. And we were finalists for the 2021 South African Science Communication Award. Our audience, we have about 300,000 downloads, we think, mostly due to republishing by the 365 Days of Astronomy podcast. So thanks very much to Aviva Yamani for that. We have reach across the world. We're trying to grow it in Africa. And so, of course, if you're from one of these countries, please go and share it and tell people about it. Everyone can access it. So we'd love it if we could grow that even more. Actually, our largest audience at the moment is the US, and that's because they have the largest audience of people who listen to podcasts, followed by South Africa and closely followed by Australia. Our guests are the superstars. We have had more than 93 guests, roughly 50% women and 50% Black or of color, and we're improving that every day. We have a whole range of experience levels, all the way from learners in school all the way up to high professors, and as wide a range of research areas as possible. And just before I finish, I want to mention that we're trying as hard as we can to train up the next generation and pass these skills on. And ultimately, we kind of want to hand the podcast over to the next generation of people. So we've held podcasting and science communication boot camps for postgraduate students in astronomy in South Africa. And from this, we recruited Sumari as our social media manager and Tsimiso. as our host once she finished off her PhD. And we've run several workshops for South Africa-wide in collaboration with SASTA, the South African Agency for Science, Technology and Technology Advancement, where we've run online sessions and we've trained, I think, more than 60, probably per session, scientists in a whole range of different fields in how to do science communication and science podcasting. So we hope that this will be knowledge transfer and sustainability for the future. We've had some nice feedback from listeners. I won't go through it in detail, but I recently heard one honours student in astronomy say why they decided to go into astronomy. It was because of the Cosmic Savannah podcast. And I thought that was, you know, that's worth it. That makes it all worth it. So I'll end there. Please note that we have a live show that's going to be next Wednesday, so Wednesday the 14th. Doors open at 7 with some nice entertainment, so be there. The show starts sharp at 7:30. Our guest stars are Dr. Nicole Thomas, who is South African, Cape Town born, and is now living and working in Australia, and Brian Schmidt, who won the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics. So be there. It's going to be wonderful. It's free, but you do have to reserve your ticket. Please do it quickly, because if we book out, we might be able to upgrade to the big room. So we have to know if we can do that or not. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I don't want to eat into lunch, so I'm going to request that anybody in person or online continue this conversation on Slack, and we'll continue to the next speaker, who is Mayra Lebron, our NOC for Puerto Rico, and she's going to talk about a NOx funding scheme project that she was part of.
Hello. Okay, I'm Mayra Lebron. I'm from Puerto Rico, and our project is the Astrotaino Cultural Astronomy in the Antilles. In the Cauta Mountain was a cave called Casibahagua, where the first beings lived in cold and darkness. They moved at night, avoiding the sun. Macocael came back to the cave too late, just when the sun was rising and it was converted in rock. Other beings from the cave got distracted during the night while fishing and came back to the cave too late too. They were converted in trees by the sun rays. Yahubaba came back too late too from Digo hair collection and was transformed from the sun in the morning, like a singing bird called Yahel. Other being of Casibahagua cave, guided by Guayahona, came out of the cave, and the sun transformed them in Taínos, the aboriginal inhabitant of some of the island in the Antilles. These are some of the myths about the creation of minerals, vegetables, animals, and humans. The sun transformed them, the first being in nature. This myth is part of the main document that contains traces of Taino myth, written by Fray Ramón Pané in the relation about the antiques of the Indians. It was written circa 1498 and published in the 20th century. This document contains some of the cosmovision of the Taino Indians. I started with that because our project is called Astrotaino, the Cultural Astronomy in the Antilles. It's an outreach project that focuses on the incorporation of the knowledge of the ancient culture of the Caribbean about the sky and other element of nature into the astronomical outreach activity in the region. In particular, this project, it was a joint collaboration between Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico. It's a 3-country project. The core idea of this project is that the Indian Antilles is to collect this myth, try to link them to the astronomical outreach activity in the Caribbean, where the pre-Columbian Taino people live. And for us, that is very important, and I will tell you why. The motivation for that is that the astronomical activity that we now do in outreach use the myth of the different cultures that are not our own. You use mainly European culture to talk about the sky, and we wanted to recover what is known about our Aboriginal people in the Caribbean, to use that the people get more connected to the sky with their own ancestor. That's the main motivation. The objective of this project, it was to collect this myth and stories and to put it together, some of them, to have a outreach material that we can distribute to the practitioner of outreach and they can use in their activities. We wanted to have an event for the amateur astronomer that they know about all this story and to bring them some of this material that they can later on use and have one common activity between the 3 countries, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. One outreach activity that recover and talk about this myth in this event. Just to show you a little bit, the Antilles are the islands that are in the Caribbean. No, the Taínos were mainly they are in the Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. That is one single island, but divided in 2 countries right now. But before it was just one single island with the Taíno living there. And Puerto Rico, there's also Jamaica in the other side, and some of the Minor Islands that also the Taino were living. In the down part of the Caribbean, they were the Caribbean, the people that were settled there. The Caribbean were also people that were moving around the island. They were nomads. They moved in the island, but the Taínos settled in the upper part in this island. Then in the pre-Columbian time, the Taino were living most of the Caribbean island in the Antilles. Later, after the colonization, then all the island in the Caribbean got divided. And here I just showing a little bit of what are the languages that are speak in the different islands in the Caribbean. And it had to do with which country of the European part colonized the island and took this part for them. And then they speak this language. They are more settled in this culture. Then the different islands got divided. And it's what we have now. We have different countries in the Caribbean that each one speak, or you have some common language in some of them, but other no. Then we will try to bring this myth of the Taínos to try to get the people of the different islands to connect between them about the ancestor. Is when we were all together. That's mainly the idea. Our project, the myth or the collection of the story that we are putting together are in Spanish, in French or Creole from Haiti, and in English, because in English also is the language that we can communicate between us. That's the common language for us for communication, but the material need to be in Spanish to suit the people from Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, and in French and Creole for the Haiti people. this project have initiated or have inspired is some work that was already done. It was a Taino Astronomy. It was a small booklet or a collection of ideas of what was known about the astronomy in the Caribbean, collected by Brice Ocaña, and it was part of the NASA program. And Grullón from Dominican Republic was collaborating with them a little bit on that. And then he bring to us the idea of really expand that project to include the different islands that we can collect information of our local knowledge and put together in this project. That is what we start. I have to say that doing the search of the information, then they have the three parts. The first part of the project was to try to collect the information that was available about the Taino mythology and everything. And this only one single document that have recorded some of the knowledge of the people that live in the Caribbean of the Taino that have some trace of this mythology, and is this document relation about the antiques of the Indian is what the first piece I was reading, and it's very limited, doesn't have that much, but what is available, and we are using that to try to get the most that we can. We are also, what we do is that each NOC, the one of IT, the one from Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, we try to, in each of the country, try to get the people that know better about the people that live in the island before, and also to try to find another documentation that could be, that exists in the island. In my case, each NOC was doing a local search in their own country to get the expert and also the documentation. I got to talk to different people, in particular Dr. Sebastian Robiu, that is an historian, and he have dedicated most of his work in the Caribbean astronomy, not only Taino, also the Caribbean. I also talked to other people in Puerto Rico that are archaeologists and other historians that had done some work about astronomy in the island. The Dominican Republic, Grullón, had also done his job contacting different people also to get as much information as he can about the topic. And in IT rules, he also tried to do it, but with rules, he's in IT, and since the project started, IT is in a very difficult situation of violence, and the security is not that good. Then for him, it was difficult to really get to the different places to try to get the information that he tried, and he tried to gather some information, but it was not that easy. Then we were just trying to really gather that and having him get as much information as he could, the speed of the situation. Then one thing that we found when we were talking and developing the project is that each people in each country have their own focus on what they see the project. And in particular for the IT, they, because of the security that he couldn't reach the different places, then he couldn't get a good connection of the Taino people who was left in IT about them in this island. Then really, for him, it was not possible really to get a good connection of what is left of Taino in IT. For the Dominican Republic, Grullón was, there was this document that I mentioned you that is the one that exists. This document is based in the Taino that live in the Española, meaning in the island of in the part of the Dominican Republic. Then most of the myths that are there are really focused in the Taino that live in that island in particular. And he is still very interested in get to know about the connection of the myth with the caves that exist in the Dominican Republic. That he was also searching for caves and people that have been working in caves in the Dominican Republic that have some trace of the Taino, and also it has some astronomical symbols on that caves, and also astronomical meaning of these caves. And in the case of Puerto Rico, this is my part. Also, we are trying to get the information in the bibliography that is known about that, but also I was interested in go to the main plazas where the Taino have the ceremonial rituals that we know that we have a few in Puerto Rico. Then I was just reaching the people that know what is the knowledge of the astronomical sites that exist from the past. Then each country had like their own focus of what we wanted really to get the information that is more relevant for us, the meaning of the place. And it was not an easy job. One thing that we found that I wanted to share with you is, like, for example, there was a lunar eclipse, and there was some story about this lunar eclipse, and searching for the information about that, I will start showing you a little bit. This part is like we are focusing in the Tainos, that were the people that were living in the northern part of the island in the Antilles, but in the Caribbean, they have also their mythology. And at the difference of the Taino mythology, the Caribbean mythology is more known because it was collected like 100 years later, but it was in the time where the people that colonized this part of the Caribbean were more careful of trying to recover what are the knowledge of the people that were living in the island, in this island. Then there was some document that was collected that people were observing and seeing what the people in this part of the island know about the sky, what are the rituals and everything. And in particular, there was a nice piece of a document that explained what are the rituals that they have in the case of the lunar eclipse. And the people of the Caribbean thought that the lunar eclipse, it was some kind of cosmic cannibalism, where the moon was eaten and then it get red because of the blood. And the people of the island make a dance in order to put away the bad god, and they dance for hours or hours until the eclipse ends, because in this way they keep out this bad god of them. And it was recorded what all the dance that they were doing and what does that mean, the singing that they were doing. All this ritual was written in the document. And then the lunar eclipse was a very significant and very strong thing for these people of the Caribbean. Then when we go to the Tainos, that it was in the northern part, what we have about, what is the information that we have about the eclipse, lunar eclipse? Well, the only information that we have for the lunar eclipse in the northern part, in the Tainos, is when the Colon came to Jamaica, and he used the knowledge of when a lunar eclipse will happen in order to get the Jamaica Tainos to give them food. And then they told them that there will be a sign from the God that if they don't give them food, they will have very bad thing. And then the lunar eclipse start. And the people got very afraid of that. And they immediately start to give the Spaniard a lot of their food and everything, and they treat them as God, because they believe that they have a very good connection with the sky. And that's what we have for the Taino about the lunar eclipse. Then that story, when I read that, and we wanted to put, what is the knowledge of the Taino of the sky, and I don't like that story, as it is, because it's just a story that is told in the eyes of the colonizer, you know? And that's not what it is. I know that is much more behind that. And when I read later the story of the ritual that the Caribbean do for the lunar eclipse, then I thought that probably it was something similar that happened to the Tainos, but it was never written or recorded anywhere. Then in order to collect the story of the Taino, to tell the people, we need to be careful, we need to select, we need to be critical of what we really put in that story that had some meaning and the people really connect to the sky. We cannot just reproduce like whatever it was written in the document. Then I just wanted to mention that because then it takes time for us to really select the story that we want to tell, because what is written in a language that probably is not what we wanted the people to really go and reproduce one and the other. Then we are working on that. We are just selecting pieces and we are using them. But I wanted to mention that what we have achieved. Well, in this project in the NOC, we had some funds to buy some computer, projector for IT that he can do some outreach activity, also a projector for Dominican Republic. We got it and we managed to deliver that. That's rules with his equipment. And we also have already a prototype of the document that we wanted to have as a final version. But in order to have that, what we decided to do is that we are in a different country, selecting the part that we think that will be significant for us. Then each country is trying to get what is best for them and try that with their public to see how the people react, how it's really useful before we have the final document. Then rules in IT, he had done 2 activities and he had put together some material. And although he's in a very difficult situation, he managed to have 2 in-person activities with some of the people, these children and university students, and that was good. In Dominican Republic, Manuel Grullon have been talking about the project in different schools. He have been really talking in many people, and he also have been studying the part of the Cape, but because he's also interested in his astronomical tourism, and he wanted to implement that this project saved him also to that. And in the case of Puerto Rico, we have some public talk, but we have been using like Sebastián Ribó, that is an expert in the Taino and the Caribbean, to talk about that. He can talk us about the Taino myth and what is known about this, the knowledge. And also I have been talking to children, but selecting just very specific, very particular story that appeal to children, that they have curiosity to know. We cannot tell much because it's not much written, but we at least get the curiosity of the children about to get to know, and in the future letting them know that we don't know and more people need to search. Then we need people that are interested to search and try to find the more information. Challenges is a 3-country project. Then we wanted that what we have is serve the 3 countries, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico. We are trying to put that together. That's the part that we are trying to really put that is for all us. And we don't want to leave anyone behind. And in the case of rules on IT, the socio-political situation have make it a little bit he's behind, but we were trying to keep it there. We still don't have the final booklet, but we are working on that. And one activity that we are planning, that we were planning to do, is just to have this common activity where we have one single outreach event that goes through the three countries in the Caribbean, and we still not having done that because of IT situation. Then we are just waiting to have this activity that we have a massive activity with all three countries together. That is missing, but we are planning to have that. I think that's the status of the project. Thank you very much.
So much. So we're going to move on to the next talk. I know it's lunchtime, but we have one more talk, and then we were supposed to have a series of flash talks, but those are going to be moved to the final session today. So we'll have a longer session of flash talks, and we'll only have the next 10-minute talk by Kirabel. Is he here? Hello. Okay. Kirabel Menberu, who's going to talk about the last decade of the NOC Ethiopia.
Okay. Okay, good day, everyone. I'll try to be brief. I know you guys are a bit tired, so I'll try to be quick about it. So a little bit introduction. My name is Kirabel Menberu. I am from Ethiopia. I work at the Ethiopian Space Science Society, currently as a general manager. I am also the national outreach coordinator for Ethiopia. So we've recently celebrated our 10 years as NOC Ethiopia, and it's sort of a highlight of what we've done and what we hope to do in the future. So a little bit of introduction. Ethiopia is not really, it hasn't been really recent that we're introduced to astronomy. It has been actually quite a while. In terms of modern astronomy, it was the late 50s to early 60s. So right here, that's the late emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. He's quite famous, you might know. We might know him. During his reign, the first astronomical observatory was constructed at Addis Ababa University. So this is the geophysical observatory at Addis Ababa University. It's 70 millimeter telescope, 60 millimeter by 70 millimeter telescope, which you can see right here. And this is the picture right after the installation. And he also donated some globes and whatnot. So the current institution at Areticulo is called IGSA, or the International Institute for Geophysics, Space Science, and Astronomy. But after the revolution of Ethiopia, astronomy has really died off. And it kind of cooled down, and resurgency started in the 2004. The Ethiopian Space Science Society was formed. So the Ethiopian Space Science Society was formed by 47 members. So these people had different backgrounds. Some of them were politicians, some of them were millionaires. They had enthusiasm for astronomy and science. So the story goes that they were doing a stargazing night at Jan Meda, one of the park in Addis. And some of them were like, you're looking at the stars with the telescope. Yeah, we are. And so are we. So why don't we do it as a club? So they kind of got around and formed the Ethiopian Space Science Society. And it started from that. So some of the people that formed that society had some influence in the country in terms of policy and connection. So they tried to find resources, and they formed the Entoto Observatory and Research Center, right here, the Entoto Observatory and Research Center. So the EORC is 2 telescopes, 1 meter diameter telescopes at Mount Entoto, right out the outskirt of Addis. And that was really the first institute in terms of astronomy that was constructed in the country. And following that, the government ratified a space policy, and then we had the Space Science and Geospatial Institute, the current SSGI, previously known as the Space Science and Technology Institute. So this is kind of the overview of the story of astronomy and space science in the country. So we have families of offices from the IAU in Ethiopia. So we host the regional office for astronomy development, EA Road, the East African Regional Office. We also have representatives for the IAU OAO and OAE, and all of us are present. So you might meet us around. So yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of representation. So focusing back into the OAO and what we've been trying to do in the country, we have focused mainly on outreach. And lucky for us, the Ethiopian Space Science Society has a very extensive network of connection in terms of schools, universities. So we utilize that connection, and working for the Space Science Society as well, it puts me in a good condition to utilize both worlds. So we do outreach activities, collaborating with local organizations. So we have the professionals from the institutes and the universities, and we mostly comprise of volunteers who are just passionate about science. And we do outreach activities and information dissemination. So whenever an opportunity pops up from the IAU side, we disseminate it throughout our network and try to get as much reach as possible. And we also participate in several IAU-led projects. So a little bit of what we have achieved, at least some of the major highlights. We have participated on the Name ExoWorld 2019 project, and we had a nationwide influence. As I told you, we had quite an influence up in our formation. So we worked our way to the Prime Minister's office, and it was a nationwide campaign to name an ExoWorld and a star. So we settled on the name Abol and Bunna and Abol. If you have known, Ethiopia is quite famous for its coffee. So Bunna means coffee in Ethiopia, and Abol is the first coffee that you drink. It's quite strong if you're a coffee person. So yeah, we named a star and a planet, an ExoWorld, Abol and Bunna. And a little bit of shout out to Germany, who named Mago and Neri. These are national, the Mago is a national park in Ethiopia, and Neri is a river that crosses it. So vielen Dank, Deutschland. So yeah, that was quite amazing. I've noticed it while I was compiling this document. So yeah, thank you. So another activity, we've participated on 100 Hour of Astronomy several times, and we actually managed to collect a couple of prizes, which I will come to them later. But what we usually do is we go to schools, disadvantaged groups, especially government schools. We go to orphanages and specialized schools for kids with disabilities. So we have few resources at our disposal, and we use them to communicate science with those kids. So we usually focus to schools and high school, up to high schooler kids. So yeah, here are our two prizes. This one, telescope, we've managed to win in 2018, and another one in 2022. Lucky for us, none of our telescopes were lost in transit. We've made Jumpy here very proud in that term. And yeah, we were lucky enough to have both of our telescopes and in action. So this actually creates a lot of impact. I had a poster presentation early on showcasing the amateur astronomy that we do. And to do that, we need telescopes. Telescopes are very essential, and they don't really love to travel, but these kind of telescopes are very ideal because they are quick to disassemble, take somewhere, assemble, and showcase. So that makes them really ideal. So we also collaborate with other IAU offices. We organize events with the OAD, the regional office for development, and also we collaborate with the OAE, Office for Astronomy Education, and we organize events together. Since we have a very tight astronomy community in Ethiopia, we do things together. So these are some of the activities we've done. This is the SciGirl project led by Professor Mirjana Povic. So we helped organize that event. And right here you have the teachers training program led by Nabiyu Suleiman, which is our NEAC for Ethiopia. And this one, a recent symposium we had, IAU 386. We organized a public lecture and school outreach events throughout the symposium. And we also celebrated the Asteroid Day as well. So these events help us reach out to the community more. So for the future, we plan to increase the engagement we have with the community. We are a bit limited to the city, but since we have the network of the Ethiopian Space Science Society, we have access to over 30 plus branch associations. The Ethiopian Space Science Society have multiple branches all over the country, and we utilize those networks to organize events, to disseminate information, and also assist other universities in organizing IAU-themed events, whether it be it 100 Hour of Astronomy, or so on. So we also hope to establish more space clubs. Sustaining outreach by just showing up at school and showcasing something is not really sustainable. You have to go there every time. And with lots of schools to reach out to, it really becomes problematic. So what we hope to do is try to form space clubs that are led by both the teachers and the students. That way they can sustain it themselves. And we try to give training programs for the teachers so that they can engage with the students much more frequently. We also hope to improve the access to telescopes. In Ethiopia, at least, we have the majority of telescopes at the society and at the institute, and that's pretty much it. A couple of people have individual telescopes. So what we hope to do is work with the universities in buying telescopes via university grants or utilizing IAU-led projects that will give out telescopes. So encouraging schools and universities to compete in such events or in such programs so that they can have access to them. Once they have access to it, we can provide the training necessary to operate the telescope, how to take care of it, and how to do outreach with it, how to engage with the community as well. So we hope to improve on that. And participation in mid-IAU astronomer program. It has dwindled a little bit, but we try to engage more in this. We didn't really participate or took part in the previous, to be honest. But as it resurges again, we hope to take part in this program. We really find it to be very interesting to create that bridge between the professional astronomer and the students, because the students need some questions that they needs answering by the professional, and we work as best as the bridge between the professionals and the community. So our entire job is demystifying science. So this is one way of doing that. And lastly, we hope to expand our outreach capabilities to rural areas. As I tried to explain earlier, our activities have been limited to cities. So trying to go out more into disadvantaged areas is really our hope. With that, I would like to thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norman. So that's all we have time for today. Can we give all of our speakers another round of applause and our AV team? And I'll see you at the next session right after lunch.
No, yeah. Oh, so you're better than me, but then when it happens, you go with the wrong. It's worse. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. No, I think if you are in panic and something, then it's here. No problem. You can remove this from your mind. Yeah. Or maybe it appears, but we don't care. It's just here. Relax. This is the that's why when you now. Maybe you will find you will say over the same. You can remove the clothes from your very interesting your project was there. Yeah. Oh, I like the maybe a let's see. Yes, people. Oh. Oh, no, you speak Italian too. Italian. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah. You're writing in
Okay, yeah, but no, that's fine. I actually, did you not get the attached presentation?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, no, it was the entire.
Okay.
No, but it's okay if you did that with mine, that's okay. Yeah. And slide announcing the next workshop.
Oh. What? They met, or you can. Do I? They did show that one. I don't know. But this is what I found, so that's why I. That would be, that's the meeting, but just an hour. This is what I write on the meeting. Yeah.
Is this right? Did you change anything else on this slide?
No, I just think that your team is the one I had in that communication.
So.
Oh, mine, no, mine is.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here, but welcome to the session here on the IAU Pro-Am Working Group. And again, this group was has been in existence for a few years. Of course, we had a little bit of a slow start during COVID, but the focus here is really a recognition that the amateur community globally is really quite strong. And there's tremendous opportunity within the amateur community for benefits toward professional astronomy. And so we have this idea of setting up these collaborations where amateur astronomers can collaborate with professional astronomers in their work. And that allows the professional astronomy community to tap into a resource that it otherwise would not have. And it also provides unique opportunities to advance amateur astronomy as well. So it's a win-win for everyone. And so we're going to do a joint presentation here, and I'll go ahead and start it off and then hand it off to Aniket. And then we'll have a number of sessions and a number of presentations following this. And we'll take take questions along the way. So first thing, I'm Tim Spuck. I'm on loan right now to the U.S. National Science Foundation from Associated Universities, Inc. And AUI, of course, manages the radio astronomy observatories for the U.S. federal government. But I have been in part of the organizing committee since the beginnings here. So this presentation, like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about how we've come from this concept, this idea that we can create a win-win situation. We started that off by really looking closely and conducting a survey of both the IAU professional astronomy community and the amateur astronomy community globally. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about that. And then, of course, Clementina will talk to you about some of the programs, some of the partnerships and collaborations that are existing and how that works, how the park project works. And then Aniket, we had our first Pro-Am workshop in Mumbai in India, and Aniket's going to talk to you about that, and then we're going to announce the location of the 2025 Pro-Am workshop. So we'll start off here. First of all, the survey. So we wanted to really get the ideas from both the amateur community and the professional community, as well as to gauge interest. You know, how much interest is there in this sort of a collaboration? Because just because a few people or some of us think, hey, there's great potential here, we really wanted to get the numbers to get a bit clearer idea. And so this survey was conducted, like I said, back around COVID times when we collected the data from December 2021 through February 2022. If we take a look at the respondents' demographics within the amateur community, is no surprise when we look at women versus men. We know that the amateur community is pretty heavily dominated by men, and so we do want to, and hopefully through this program we can actually work to diversify the amateur community. Professional community, it's no surprise there. That's about the running number. So it's reflective of the general population of when we're talking about gender. When we talk about age, similar sort of thing. We know that the amateur community, because a lot of those individuals may end up being retired, they tend to be much more senior, and not too different within the professional community as well. Okay, so, but looking at this is how interested are you in these sorts of collaborations in research and as well as instrument building? And what we found when we looked at the amateur community is that there was very strong interest. So we are, we're talking about close to probably 80% of the amateur community is either extremely interested or very interested. We had a good number of individuals who responded to the survey, so 941 amateur astronomers globally that responded. So this is, this is pretty powerful results. When we looked at the professional community, we had, these are professional astronomers or professional astronomers who are members of the IAU. We had 256 professionals that responded. And when we look at that, roughly about 70% of these individuals are either very interested or extremely interested, which again is a very strong indicator of interest. When we look at collaborative research or interest in collaborative research or instrument project building, between the two, again, I think that's a duplicate there, but meeting the IAU astronomers, this is a program. How interested would you be in participating in this program of the OAO? We had 930 amateurs, again, a lot of interest both in the amateur communities as well as the professional astronomy community within the IAU. So these were very positive results. When we take a look at, well, which type of citizen science projects might have you previously participated in? So this kind of gives us a sense of what experience these individuals are coming would come to the program with. You can see that there's actually a lot of there's not a wide gap between what how the amateurs responded or professionals responded. We have variable star and transient exoplanets that are both in the top 3 for both groups. Observations of solar system objects, both in the top 3. And one of the things that really popped out though was within the professional community, archival science, okay, or data archive research. And this is interesting because it's just likely an indicator that archival research is much more recent when it comes to the professional astronomy community. And this is an area then, of course, where we can probe a bit, because it doesn't cost it certainly doesn't cost a lot of money to engage in archival research. And there would be a significant opportunity if we could train the amateur community in this as well. Which type of would you be most interested in participating in? Again, not too different, but again, we see that in that response, we see the archival research reflected within the professional community and not in the top choices for the amateur community. And I think that my guess is that's likely just a lack of awareness in the amateur community about there's all these archives that are out there for you, and you could be doing a lot of interesting astronomy. And by the way, when we define amateur astronomy, I think it's important to note that there are lots of different types of amateur astronomers. There are certainly the more senior ones, but we could certainly think of high school students who are accelerated and have an interest in this field. And there are strong potential for astronomy clubs in high schools. I know when I taught in Northwestern Pennsylvania in Oil City, very rural, very small school, we engaged in astronomical research all the time, and we partnered with professional astronomers all the time to conduct this research. And my students did exemplar work. We went to the AAS meetings in the United States, and we would present every year their research they would present. I just went and walked around and talked to people. They did the presentation. So there's a lot of potential, and it doesn't. We don't just have to be talking about retired individuals who have been in engineering or who have had a scientific career. No. There are actually students, there are educators that can be part of this community as well. But again, I want to just point out that data archive research is, I think, a very rich opportunity for us. What are the obstacles to engaging that prevent you from participating in astronomy research or instrument building? From the perspective of the professional astronomers, it's the bottom numbers. The top numbers are from the amateur community. And as you look at that, again, they're pretty much aligned. It tells me that the professional astronomy community kind of understands what are the obstacles for the amateur community. And the most important thing is none of these are insurmountable. So we can go ahead, and you're not sure how to get started, we can show you how to get started. I don't have access to observational tools, equipment, we can do that through these partnerships. I don't have access to dark skies with remote observing, we got that too. I don't have the necessary science technical background, we can provide training to ramp amateurs up to do this. And so this was, again, a very positive result. How interested are you in attending a virtual workshop? Well, we have, again, strong interest in attending virtual workshops. And this is something that we hope to do more in the future, is to provide more of these virtual opportunities. But what's interesting as well is attending an in-person workshops. The numbers are down a little bit. But again, there's still a pretty strong interest in bringing amateurs and professionals together in person. And that is something that Aniket is going to talk to you about here in shortly, is our first workshop that took place in Mumbai. Okay, so major conclusions from the survey. So I wanted to stress that we did our due diligence before we jumped into this. We surveyed both communities, and we actually are then building activities based on the survey results. So amateurs and professionals around the world are interested in collaborating. That's fantastic. With that, if there wasn't strong interest in that area, then we probably wouldn't have much work to do. Mutual interest in the Meet the IAU Astronomer program. This can be a great way, again, to not only get professional astronomers who are interested in doing outreach and doing it virtually and making virtual presentations, but by connecting these astronomers to the amateur communities and organizations, we can use this as a way to recruit more amateurs to participate in the program. Obstacles, they're not insurmountable, as I said. Research interest areas, they pretty much align between professional and amateurs. And so there's a robust interest in getting together for workshops. So it was out of this survey that we built the Pro-Am website, and we started to develop professional programs or professional research, or we started to identify professional researchers that were interested in working with amateurs, and then actually beginning to connect those together. And with that, I am going to turn this over to Clementina, who is going to talk to you about PART. Just the
green. Okay. So I'm Clementina Sasso, I'm from Italy, and I'm part of I was following the PARC project. And so as Tim said, historically, there is already a lot of collaboration between professional and amateurs. So usually in 3 categories that I've listed there. So there are already amateurs that have observational data, so they can contribute with that. They are also doing data analysis, and also in big citizen science projects, and they are also designing their own instruments. So in these 3 categories, we already have a lot of examples of this collaboration. So as, from our working group, we decided to make a list of the projects that are already there. So we made a first call to the IAU scientific community, and so we asked them to fill a form, and we did it already twice. We try to make this call twice per year to the professional amateurs, and you find all the submitted projects that are already in place on our website. So you find it under the IAU working group webpage, and then If you are a professional astronomer, you can just go there, submit a project, you click, and then you find a list of questions to compile. And here I put just an example of the project that we have there. We have 10 up to now, but I also have two other projects that were submitted. That is my fault. I still didn't check them. I think that there are still other 4 or 5 to check. And this is what we ask to professional astronomers. So the description of the project, the dates, because there are also some projects that are limited in time. Like we had the observation of Betelgeuse, in the occultation of Betelgeuse in, I think it was in November. And so it was just 1 day of observation. So there are also some, and the scientists were really asking for help from the observers, and it was really a very good campaign. There were, I mean, all the places that you could see this occultation participated, and it was really a very good project that took place. So yeah, we asked if they have a desired geographical location of amateurs, which, if the amateurs have already to have an equipment, what they need to help the scientists, and what they can do, how many they need, and everything. And then if you are an amateur, you can go on the webpage. There was I don't know if this goes back. Yes. You can go on the active projects to see the list of the projects that are there. And this was an example. And then for each of the projects, there is at the end, you can sign up your participation. If you want to participate, you just go and click on the form. And for each project, there's a different form that the answer goes directly to the PI of the project. So we are just facilitating the communication, but we are not taking part of choosing. I mean, it's just to making contact the amateurs with the professional. So this is what you will find if you want to collaborate in that specific project. You just fill your name, what you can do for the project, and then it goes directly to the PIs. And then it's in charge of the PI to contact the amateurs for also to speak, because there are some PIs that also provide some courses, some little courses to help the amateurs too. And it's written in the webpage. And you also find if they want to help you or just teach you what you should do for their project. So you here, you fill it. And yeah, it was the last one. Maybe there is something missing. Yeah, once the last thing we did, we asked to the PIs how was the response of the amateurs in the first. It's more than 6 months. It's just like 7, 8 months that we launched the park project. And I have got like 5 answers. It's a lot. I mean, from the PIs, it's half of the PIs, and I was reading them just fast because I just got them now, and the response is positive. I mean, some of them are working for some of the projects that we have in our webpage. They are already long time developed project. So the idea is to have for this project that they already have a lot of amateurs helping. But the idea is also to have a web page where you have all of them, even if they are already, for many times they are already going on. They don't need our help, let's say. But it's nice that we have a web page under the IAU where all the projects are listed. So if you are an amateur, you just go there and more or less you can find all the information that you need. So in both cases, if you are a professional or professional astronomers, just tell them to fill the form. And if you are an amateur, so you are in touch with the amateurs communities, then just tell them that they can reach. And if you have any problem, there is my email on the website, so you can just write me and we can manage to help. So I just pass the...
So the third part of the talk, we will just mention about the first ProAm meeting, which we organized in Mumbai last year in December. As you can see, the dates were 1st to 3rd December, and we requested one of the local amateur astronomers group called Khagol Mandal to be the main organizers. This is the organizing committee. We had about 80 participants. Not everybody is in this picture, but there are more participants in coming in a bit later. So total 80 participants attended 3 days of sessions. We covered a lot of different things. What we realized for most of the participants were from South Asia, mostly Indians. And these are the people who generally don't have access to good skies. So asking them to do live observations was not going to be of much help. But what they could definitely help is analysis of existing data and do other kind of observations which are not night sky related. So we had sessions like about Python, about how to analyze the exoplanet data to look for exoplanets. Growth is a telescope network around the world, how to analyze that data. SWAN radio astronomy network, which you can do from anywhere. We also had different things like how they can help us in collecting data for archaeoastronomy. And one of those participants later contacted me, and we are now starting a project of data collection for archaeoastronomy. So these are the speakers. You can see Clementina here. We have, and so the overall feedback was positive. Sorry, how to go back on this? Yeah, oral feedback from all the participants were positive. As I mentioned, that we already started a new project with one of the participants. That participant assembled a team of amateur astronomers around in the same city, and they will be going to various ethnic communities to collect their astronomical stories, like what Myra spoke about in Caribbean. Similarly, I had a project going on in central India, and now these participants are going to replicate the same study in southern Indian tribes. So now team will come back and speak about the next program.
Thank you, Annika Clementine. Yeah, so we have tentatively planned for the next Pro-Am in-person workshop is actually going to be featured at an amateur astronomy facility in northwestern Pennsylvania. What happened to the slide? Hang on here, we'll get that back up in just a moment. Okay, there we go. So this will be October 21st through the 23rd in around the area of Clarion, Pennsylvania, which is close to the Oil Region Astronomy Learning Center. And so if people are looking to locations where you might fly into, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Erie, Du Bois, Pittsburgh is about an hour and a half away. Cleveland's about an hour and 45 minutes. Erie's about an hour. And Du Bois is about 45 minutes, but it's a tiny airport, but it does have a direct flight from Dulles in Washington, D.C. to this tiny little airport in northwestern Pennsylvania. And you can see that the Oil Region Astronomy Learning Center, we have actually a 30-inch DOB that we make available to the public. But this is going to be a great venue. It will be in a dark sky location, and it will be more of certainly be a bit of a retreat environment. You're not going to be near any major city or anything like that. So we're going to get you out in the woods where we can focus on conversations and work that will actually build relationships between the professional and amateur astronomy community. You are all welcome to attend that. We do not yet have a website with the information about the Pro-Am workshop, but if you want to check out the facilities or where it's going to be located, just go to www.oras.org. Okay, so with that, we're going to open up for questions. If anyone has questions for Aniket, Clementina, or myself. Okay, we do have a microphone back there. We'll give it to folks who have questions.
Hey, thanks. I'm Chris Corbley, Vatican Observatory. I belong to actually two pro-am groups. Actually, I prefer to call the AMs small telescope scientists because they are very much scientists. And so you know all that. What I was wondering is they have a very strong relationship with, say, the AAVSO, so the American Association of Variable Star Observers, and the British equivalent BAAS. Is there any kind of relationship between this working group and those kind of databases and coordination centers, or is that done by individual projects?
So I would say that the AAVSO is certainly familiar with this. We actually did include them in the survey, and I know I have had some conversations with them, but where there's not necessarily a formal connection at this point. It's really an IAU astronomer who has an idea, who wants to get engaged with amateur astronomers, is going to submit the project idea. And so I do think, Aniket, okay, so, but this is an area where we can grow into. So I think right now we're getting projects initiated and getting projects started. But we can imagine that this just creates the beginnings of a platform, a platform that can facilitate global collaboration between professionals and amateurs, and eventually include individuals who may not be directly members with the IAU. But we can think about online workshops, we can think about online resources, tutorials, all that sort of stuff that could be integrated into a space. Of course, that's going to require resources, but I think once we are able to fully demonstrate this is an effective avenue, then I think we can go out and try to secure the funding to formalize more of those kinds of relationships. And Aniket, you wanted to add?
Yeah. Sorry. So when John and Lena started this program group, that time they had involved AAVSO people, and AAVSO astronomers were part of the survey which Tim spoke about. Unfortunately, one of our organizing committee members, who was also leading the AAVSO effort, she changed her job, and so now we don't have a very active connection with AAVSO at present. But in the initial years, yes, we were working closely with AAVSO.
Thank you. Thanks, Aniket, for that reminder. Yes. Stella, who was headed up AAVSO. Are there any other questions? Okay, John? Or it could be a comment too.
Actually, it is a comment, Tim.
I knew, that's why I said that, John.
When we started this working group, we tried to estimate how many amateurs there actually are in the world, and what is the ratio of amateurs to professionals. Well, we know there are about 10,000 plus professionals who are IAU members, rather more than that, and probably there are about 1 million amateurs. So the ratio is about 100 to 1. But of those amateurs, million amateurs worldwide, probably only 1% or so are really capable of doing serious research, collaborating with the professional community. So actually there may be roughly equal numbers of research-capable amateurs and professionals worldwide. And in developed countries, the ratio of amateurs to the population is of the order of 1,000 to 1 in 1,000, sorry. So it's something like that. In some countries, Iran, New Zealand in particular, there is more like 1 amateur to every 2,500. I've got my numbers right? Well, at least in those countries, about 1 in 2,500 are amateurs. So there's a very substantial community of amateur astronomers worldwide. And until 3 years ago, the IAU more or less completely ignored these people. And I think that's the importance of this PROAM group, that suddenly the IAU has realized that there are a lot of amateurs around the world, and they should be, the professionals should be talking to these people. So I think your survey and the Park program for collaboration is extremely important to bring these two groups together. So that's my comment. But you might respond to it, Tim.
How did you know, John? No, I'm just going to disagree with John here a little bit. I'm going to raise that number from 1% of amateurs that are research capable to closer to 5%, or we can get maybe 10% with training up there to go ahead and actually participate. Okay, well, good. But yeah, and we do want to recognize John's leadership and Lena's leadership in actually getting this going and getting this happening at the IAU. So with that, I'm going to go ahead, and I believe we need to move along to our series of presentations. And the first presentation is Kumike, I'm sorry, but Kumiko Usado Sato.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much.
Online?
Hi, team. Yes, yeah, I'm from online. I share my screen.
And I think
Wait
the
a
folks in the back
second.
corner there, hang on here.
Do you see my
Are-
screen?
We can. Excellent. Okay. So, Kumiko, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Tim. Hi, everybody. Aloha from Hawaii. I am Kumiko Sato from Savannah Telescope, National Astronomical Observatory of Japan, NAOJ, and I am from Hawaii. It's 2 a.m. in Hawaii. We report our citizen science project, Galaxy Cruise, mainly scientific discoveries in the first season and how to grow the number of participants. Galaxy Cruise is the first citizen science project of our observatory, NAOJ, using the big observational data taken by the Space Telescope on Mauna Kea, Hawaii, where I'm working. Citizen astronomers classify and identify interacting galaxies using their eyes captured in the vast cosmic images. The Japanese site launched on November 1st, 2019, and the English site launched on February 19, 2020 as Season 1. In April 2022, we completed Season 1 with more than 2 million classification results of galaxies and started Season 2 with fainter galaxies. As of August 1st, 2024, this month, more than 13,000 citizen astronomers from 110 countries and regions registered. The top 5 countries are Japan, Malaysia, India, United States of America, and Brazil. About 67% are from Japan. The total classification number of galaxies exceeds 1.8 million. The Galaxy Cruise site has the following unique features. This is very original from our project. Number 1, citizen astronomers can enjoy vast and one of the world's highest quality cosmic images taken by the Space Telescope. Number 2, we have a unique world view with some gamification events. Our project is likened to a cruise ship to explore the vast cosmic ocean. When citizen astronomers explore the cosmic ocean, they can collect passport stamps and souvenir illustrations. Number 3, we developed the 3 steps of the training menu, like this one. Citizen astronomers need to complete the training sessions to obtain a basic knowledge of galaxies and classify galaxies with confidence. Season 1 was completed in April 2022. During the first 2.5 years, about 10,000 citizen astronomers made more than 2.6 million classifications for about 22,000 galaxies. Thanks to the good accuracy of citizen astronomers and deep images by the spiral telescope, capturing faint spiral structures and diffuse interacting features between galaxies, our science team discovered new spiral galaxies. In previous studies, they were classified as elliptical galaxies because a smaller telescope did not capture their spiral structures. More interacting galaxies were also discovered with diffuse interacting features that a small telescope did not detect. In addition, citizen astronomers identified galaxies that are currently undergoing violent mergers. These are examples. So the violent mergers all show significantly distorted shapes with very complex structures. Such violent mergers are extremely rare. Thanks to a large number of virtual classifications by citizen astronomers, these mergers were discovered. The results are already published in a scientific journal in October 2023, last year, and the galaxy catalog in this paper is available in the Galaxy Cruise website. Another paper was published in January 2024, this year, by building on the synergy between citizen astronomer classifications and artificial intelligence, AI. Galaxy Cruise scientists trained an AI on the season 1 classification results by citizen astronomers, and then let the AI classify 700,000 galaxies in the Subaru telescope dataset. As a result, about 400,000 spiral galaxies and 30,000 ring galaxies in this image were discovered. The Galaxy catalog is also available on the Galaxy Cruise website, so that researchers in the world can use it. Now, we will present how to disseminate information of Galaxy Cruise to general public, mainly citizen astronomers, to keep their interest and motivation. Since the beginning of season 1, we post a news article every single month on our website with various topics like updates of our project, Galaxy science, and event reports related to this project. During season 1, we started sending email newsletters about 4 times a year. We are also active on the X social media account, both in Japanese and English. After season 2 launched, we started live streaming by Galaxy Cruise scientists on the Subaru Telescope YouTube channel, both in Japanese and English. We showed how to classify the galaxies and reported the first scientific paper by Captain Masayuki Tanaka. Plus, last month, Dr. Makoto Ando, a postdoc, presented new science results on our special campaign classifying simulated galaxies in 2023, last year. In average, we have about 300 viewers in Japanese and 100 viewers in English. Fortunately, Galaxy Cruise is used by educators, not by our team members. For example, Dr. Akihiko Tomita, little scientists, I mean elementary and middle school students, classify galaxies on the Galaxy Cruise website at his weekend workshop, and I joined the workshop online from Hawaii. Mr. Kazuma Joe, a junior high school science teacher, and he has a background of galaxy science. He used Galaxy Cruise in his class. These reports were published as a news article on our website, both in Japanese and English. Please visit our website and read these news articles. In addition, Dr. Hitomi Yamanoi used Galaxy Cruise classification results for university level data science and AI education. At her class, undergraduate students trained AI and classified elliptical galaxies in the top row and spiral galaxies in the bottom. Also, 3 high school science teachers worked each other and worked with me. They developed multiple teaching materials for high schooler in various levels using HSC map, a kind of Google map for the vast cosmic images taken by the spiral telescope, which is used on the classification site of Galaxy Cruise. The materials are available online, and any teachers can download and use them. But sorry, these materials are available in Japanese.
Kumiko,
Yes?
we need you to end your presentation now, because we're coming up on the 10-minute mark. So
Okay.
so if you have some final comments, go ahead and make those, please.
Okay. So also not only in Japan, we have some reports from outside of Japan. So Malaysia and Indonesia, they have own project or workshop. We are so happy. And also, so we are number of very increasing. And then in next month, we will have a science conference. And on the third day, we have a social event with student astronomers in person and online. So this Galaxy Cruise is a very first student science project in Japan using astronomy big data, and it seems very successful. More and more student astronomers join us, and they classify galaxies. So there are thanks to these reasons. If you are interested in, please visit our website. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're checking here, but there's a possibility that our next speaker may have been delayed or may not be here. So I do want to give some time if anybody has a question for the speaker. Go ahead, Emily.
Aloha, Kumiko. It's Emily. It's nice to see you virtually.
Oh, hi, Emily.
I was wondering if there is work with the Galaxy Cruise in order to help establish some curriculum that we could be distributing to schools in English, but we could also be expanding into other languages as well.
Thank you so much. Actually, Galaxy Cruise is not educational material because we only collect classification results and our science team analyze. But on the other hand, so many other people, the educators, use our Galaxy Cruise in their class or workshop, and I am collecting these materials. It should be available in future. At first, in Japanese, and then we are happy to translate in English. So yeah, thank you so much for your suggestion. We will definitely think about it. Mahalo.
I'd be happy to work with you on it at some point too.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Haves Mirza here? And Kelly, he was in person. Okay, we'll take one more question if there's another question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Kumiko. Just a short question. How could other nationals be close to citizen astronomers? Because when I first read that one, I thought it was specific to Japanese. Potential for collaboration?
Sorry, your question is collaboration with other countries?
Yes, I was saying, how could us other nationals be close to citizen astronomers in order for collaborations to take place?
Okay, thank you so much. So as I presented, I disseminate information on the newsletter, news articles or email newsletters, both in Japanese and English. So some educators or communicators contact us, like Hafez, next speaker, he contacted me and we collaborate with Hafez. So they provide their own campaign, Galaxy Cruise campaign in Malaysia. And also other scientists, she is a postdoc at NAOJ. She's an Indonesian astronomer. She works at NAOJ in Mitaka, Tokyo. So she went back to Indonesia and worked with amateur astronomers and science communicators. She talked about Galaxy Cruise, and so their workshop was very, very successful. So if they contact us, we are very happy to work with you. So do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you so much for asking question.
Okay, do we have Katerina Bocato? Okay, and thank you, Kamiko.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. While we're waiting for the slides. Okay, thanks for the slides. What I'm going to present you this afternoon is a joint work, is a kind of is a survey, not a kind of survey, but different from the previous one presented by our chairs. Because it is made at a national level in Italy, okay? As you can see, I'm Caterina Boccato. My current role is at the National Institute for Astrophysics in Italy as the manager of all the public outreach and educational activities that are done in Italy, all over Italy in our institute. And the dark blue people, Cesare Pagano, Andrea Alimenti, are amateur astronomers, while I, Livia, and Clementina, we are professional astronomers. And so this is a joint work. I have to go ahead. How? So I... Okay, perfect. Which is in our opinion, the pro-am context globally, but we have just seen from our previous speakers that for as regard scientific research, the pro-am collaboration is more consolidated in some extent. Okay, a lot of efforts have to be done again and again in the future. But for as regard outreach, the collaboration are spontaneous, are not are related to individual activities, to the individuals, but there is a little evidence, at least in Italy, but we think also in the world, of shared practices and a little evidence also of a structured and systemic collaboration. But in the other hand, there is a very high interest from our point of view for this to enhance and to promote this kind of collaboration, and is the reason also the reason why we are here today together. Introducing very briefly, Unione Astrofili Italiani is the amateur Italian association that count 1,000 members with at least more than 60 delegations all over Italy. And as a mission, it has to promote astronomy and science, but also to producing studies and research and protect the dark sky, and also to do educational and public outreach activities. While our institute, as many of you already know, is the Public Research Institute born in 1999. It has 20 separate research facility all over Italy with 1,400 members, scientists, engineers, technical staff, and so on. The mission of INAF is the scientific research, but there is also the public outreach and education and the promotion of our science to school and to society. In the past years, for us, I'm speaking today only about the outreach activities, public outreach activities and educational activities with the schools. In the past years, there have been a lot of collaboration, but they were all occasional. And in 2020, during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we started to coordinate between pro and am communities, and we started to do, for example, national observation campaigns together, but also collaboration in writing content for our web portal for educational purposes, always in astronomy and astrophysics. And so we started this collaboration, very fruitful collaboration, and we also shared our calendars of activities. And so we decided not to overlap, but to unify our efforts to speak to the public. And in 2022, we understood that we needed a joint working group that are made by the people that you have seen in the first slide. And the first step was this informal survey that we did. And our future plans is to identify possible initiatives to evolve towards a structural and organic approach. The survey lasted about 7 weeks last year, between February and March of 2023. And the questions were of 3 kinds. We asked some personal data, who you are, and so on. And but we also collected the quantitative data about collaboration in the last 12 months, but also the previous one eventually. And we collected also a lot of qualitative information with the free forms, not with the multiple choice question, but with the free form. And we asked how the experience of collaboration between pro and am communities arose, which were the advantages, which were the problems, the obstacles, and also collect some suggestion. We have all the details, and I can send you via email all the details of the survey. For example, the fourth question was about the role, and we had a good participation, because if we compare the survey that you made to the global community, in Italy with 1,000 amateurs and 1,000 enough astronomers, we had 18 answers. But in this case, we had the same percentage between astronomers and amateur astronomers, the red and the blue. And also consider that, at least in Italy, but I think also in other countries, okay, we had a lot of astronomers, professional astronomers, that are also amateur astronomers, and vice versa. I don't know, okay. So I have to run. I want to, we have a lot of, here I would like to comment some other questions, but I have no time for this. But we asked for what kind of collaboration. We asked how these collaboration were born. In some extent, we have some by design, the 40% by design, by choice, but many other by personal relationship. Which were the good practices, and this is important because what arose is that we need mutual respect, we need mutual understanding. I always are speaking about the two communities. We have made more exploitation of the complementarity of our skills and so on. And so what are we doing now? Now we are doing we have, after collecting these results, we identified some possible areas of improvement, that is to facilitate contacts, to have a map of available resources, like you are doing, and to gather and share good practice, to improve communication and advertising of the initiatives, and to provide a systemic framework and services to support and facilitate this collaboration. The next step, this is the last slide, is to do a memorandum of understanding between the Italian amateurs community and between the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics. We are writing this, and we want to sign this memorandum of understanding before the end of this year, absolutely. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Katharina is obviously here, and you can direct your questions to her at some point. What we do need to do is we need to move on because we are running out of time. No problem. Sarah, are you online?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. So next speaker is Sarah Abatzi Masters, and she's going to talk to us about the Ghana Planetarium. And Sarah, just as a reminder, you'll have 10 minutes. So if we can keep it within that scope, we want to make sure we get through everyone. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can you see my screen? I've just shared the screen.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay. So, yes, hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Abatzi Masters, and I'm joining you from Accra, Ghana. And I'm going to talk about the Ghana Planetarium, exploring the universe and enhancing STEM education. I would say that this presentation is more about the kind of general collaborations rather than the pro-am collaborations specifically that were talked about before. So I'm one of the NIAC team for Ghana, and my co-author is Solomon. And we've both been involved with the Ghana Planetarium in different ways for several years. So I'm going to tell this as a kind of story, the story of the Ghana Planetarium. And we'll start with the prologue, which begins with these two remarkable people, Jacob and Jane Ashong. Some of you may know them. And they had a dream which was inspired by visits to some of these amazing places like the Exploratorium and the Greenwich Observatory. They wanted to bring that same sense of wonder and curiosity and discovery of science to Ghana. That's the destination. And it should be noted that at the time they thought about this, there was no planetarium in Ghana, no science center, not really even a functioning science museum, and very little practical science in the classroom. So quite a difficult situation. So let's start off. We have a quote here: "Individuals don't build planetariums." That is a quote by none other than Sir Patrick Moore, renowned astronomer. And he said this to Jacob Ashong when Jacob asked how he could build his own planetarium. But despite the skepticism of Sir Patrick Moore, Jacob went ahead and built a planetarium anyway. And here it is being built in Accra. And sure enough, it was opened in January 2009. And there were a lot of people behind the scenes helping to make this happen, including the IPS, the International Planetarium Society. And the person there on the left is Dave Weinrich, who was very instrumental and worked as the project coordinator. Others donated a refurbished projector and also provided some of the first shows. And you see in the middle there the official opening day. And once we were open, it was great to be welcoming our first visitors. And we started with schools. The schools have astronomy on the curriculum, but mainly the solar system. And a lot of people find it quite difficult. It seems like a very abstract, strange subject. So it was great for the school parties to come and really get a better understanding of what they were trying to learn in the classroom. And we had all ages from KG up to tertiary. And of course, once they're in the planetarium, no one's ever seen anything like this before. They were always really blown away by what they saw, this amazing immersive experience, bringing everything to life for them. But we found that the shows often brought up even more questions after the show. So we added more, we kind of enriched the experience. So not just a planetarium show, there would be a lot of time for discussion and questions. We used models to explain concepts and put up big posters all around the compound. And then one of the most exciting parts was bringing in hands-on STEM activities. These were often lacking in the classroom. So there were demos, there were experiments, using maths, using science, and always great fun for the school children. Now, but we didn't want the school children to be the only ones who were enjoying the planetarium. So we expanded and started having weekend events for the general public. And from just a couple a year, we used to have them every month. And these became regular events that were really like a go-to destination for parents to bring their children and other family members for fun, but learning. And we use a whole variety of different kind of activities, from demonstrations and art and crafts and science activities, making models, even using games, maths activities for Pi Day, and even live music. There was always a lot going on. But one of the most popular aspects was the telescope viewing, so that everyone could experience the wonders of the night sky. And even though Accra is pretty light polluted, we still got fantastic views of the moon and the planets. And this, again, is through collaborations or donations from various friends who provided these telescopes. So these were always very popular nights. You can see quite a queue there of people waiting to look through the telescope. And then a very special event we were able to put on through a collaboration with the Adler Planetarium is something called a Domecast, where we are able to see the same talk given by a renowned scientist in the Adler with accompanying special visualization that could be broadcast all over the world to different planetariums, including ours. So that was a really exciting addition that we were able to bring to our audience. So, but apart from that, we wanted to go still further. Who else could we impact? Who else could we empower? We realized that the teachers were a crucial group. When school parties came, the teachers often had as many, if not more, questions than the students. So we worked with the Ghana Association of Science Teachers to do workshops for the science teachers. And here also in the middle there, you can see one of our guest lecturers, Darren Baskell from the University of Sussex, who came to Ghana and ran workshops for student teachers, so that right at the beginning of their training, they're getting experience of hands-on science. And then really, we just joined many different projects that were going on, like the asteroid search, and we actually discovered an asteroid. We had funding from the OAD to set up astronomy clubs, and we also inaugurated the Astronomical Society of Ghana to bring together astronomy enthusiasts and amateurs to meet and discuss our interests. One of the most exciting things was being able to share amazing celestial phenomena with the general public, and we were lucky to have quite a few partial eclipses over a period of a few years. So we had big events at the planetarium where people could come and watch the eclipse and also learn about it. We showed the transit of Mercury to school children, and for the eclipse of 2016, we had a big donation of eclipse glasses from Astronomers Without Borders. And we then organized workshops for teachers and community groups on how to view the eclipse safely so that they could then distribute the glasses in their communities, and everyone could enjoy the eclipse. All of these amazing events couldn't have been done without our amazing local and international volunteers. Some of them are shown here. I have to apologize that Solomon, my co-author, I don't think is there, so sorry, Solomon. But these people came for different amounts of time and really helped with all the projects and with training of us and others. And one of the things we were very lucky was to be able to host a whole range of renowned scientists. These are people who found out about the planetarium and contacted us while they were in Ghana and came and gave talks or workshops. In the middle there, you can see Professor Erin van Dishuk, the former head of the IAU. So obviously it was a great honor for her to come to the planetarium. But many, many others from NASA, from ESO, from universities all around the world all came and gave their time and gave wonderful talks. So then what happened?
Sarah,
yes?
Sarah, we'll
Yes.
need you to bring it to a conclusion.
Okay, so COVID, I'll just briefly, obviously we adapted, we did some online events. And then I think you can see through all these different collaborations with different organizations, we were able to bring Jacob and Jane's dream to life, bringing the universe to students and teachers, engaging activities for families and the public, empowering the teachers, and through all these diverse activities. We had around 1,000 school bookings and over 50,000 visitors. A very brief quote here. I won't read the whole thing, but basically I just got this recently, someone telling me how much impact the planetarium had on her son, who's now a senior at Harvard University, majoring in neuroscience. So that was wonderful to hear. So the epilogue, this is the last slide, our wonderful planetarium, I have to say it's bittersweet, is no more. It was built on rented land and the land was sold. So now we have an opportunity, looking positively, to actually find a new site and build a new state-of-the-art planetarium, again, with all our friends and collaborators. So we're hoping that the future will be very bright for the planetarium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And it was great to see that your students were doing asteroid research. And that's one of the things I think about with a pro-am collaboration is that if we, can engage students who have that capability to do discoveries, which I know I had students in Oil City do as well. I think that's a great area to expand into eventually and explore. But we are going to have to move on to Saeed Jafari. And Saeed, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Yes, and so you have a 10-minute presentation, and we ask that you try to stick with that so that we can get to our last session.
Yes, perfect. Can you share my slides?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. All right, I'm Saeed Jafari. I'm an external relation manager for World Specific Association. I'm currently working with the International Decades of Indigenous Language for the UNESCO. So let's dive into the heart of the matter. You see, the projects evolving around the dark skies aren't just about looking out at the stars. They're about bringing us together, creating a sense of social and collective responsibility. Now, we often think of the night sky as something for astronomers, whether amateur or professional, or maybe even for those into the astrophotography. But there's the thing, it isn't just about them. We are the ones who have realized the importance of the knowing night sky, whether for the sheer enjoyment or discovering the vast universe and in turn ourselves. The one thing I wanted to mention is community building. Flatis of Arizona is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It is the first international dark sky city, and their residents take immense pride in protecting their night sky. They have a regular community meeting and events that highlight the importance of keeping their skies dark. And this has created a strong sense of community and belonging. Another great example is the Starlight Foundation in Canary Island. This initiative has managed to bring together local communities, tourists, scientists, with the shared goal of preserving the dark skies. They have crafted a unified approach to environmental protection and sky preservation, which is something we can learn from. Now let's think about how dark sky projects can really foster connections between different social groups. This includes local authorities, the NGOs, everyday citizens. Events are crucial here. Without them, there wouldn't be the conservation necessary to build a community. Think about it. Events like Dark Skies, Dark and Quiet Skies for Science and Society, and the Under One Sky Global Conference organized by the International Dark Sky Association are chock full of ideal lessons that can give us a fresh perspective from the angles. The next one is about creating resources. When it comes to creating educational resources and materials to raise awareness, we have tons of stuff already out there, but wouldn't it be fantastic if places like Dark Sky International and IAU aligned with some observatory could join forces to create a single educational portal? This way, this way can help many of the observatory, many of the parents, people, and communicator to, find some of the educational resources dedicated only for the dark and quiet sky in one educational portal. In terms of educational strategies, integrating dark sky education into a school curriculum is a big deal. Astronomy is already part of the syllabus in some countries, as I know, and educators have begun striving to include the efforts of light pollution and the significance of dark sky in the textbook. The big ideas in dark and quiet skies is a great tool for educators and community leaders to figure out what topics should be included, tailored to local context. And let's not forget about the community-led workshop and public discussion like the IAU GA. Citizen science projects are like the backbone of the activities that I can engage amateur astronomers, like sky communicators and stargazing experts. One of the most impactful programs out there is the Global at Night. Countries like Chile and the US have begun using the campaign to measure light pollution in their areas. And it's a fantastic example how communities can get involved. The another side of the community building, I think, is about the economic growth. Communities can definitely tap into the potential of dark sky for tourism. The Atacama Desert is a brilliant example of how clear skies have turned into major tourist draw, boosting the local economy and creating jobs, as I know. The region is the home of the observatory astronomical tours that attract visitors from all over the world. And then there's in Namibia, they have capitalized under national dark sky by establishing dark sky reserve, which has become a magnet for stargazer and significantly contributes to their local economy. But how about we list out some successful dark sky tourism destination and their strategies? This could be really helpful for places considered in similar initiatives. For example, take our land Curry International Dark Sky Reserve, for example. It is a shining example of how conservation and tourism can work hand in hand, with the night sky events breathing new life into the local economy. And next, for the community building, I think is about encouraging community involvement in supporting dark sky friendly places and absolutely essential. When communities are aware and engaged, they can have a tremendous impact on policy changes. Look at Tucson, Arizona, where the community successfully pushed for lighting regulations that limit excessive artificial light. This set a precedent for other cities looking to follow suit. We've also seen some incredible example of successful community-driven advocacy. I think in Australia's Warrnambool Dark Sky Park, a local resident teamed up with authority to establish Dark Sky Park, sparking national discussions on light pollution policies. The next one is about the culture. It's about the different culture have interacted with the night sky throughout the history. The Aboriginal people of Australia have a profound connection to stars. The constellation and celestial events woven into their cultural stories. Preserving dark sky helped us keep these cultural ties strong. In the United States, I know the Navajo Nation is a rich with astronomical tradition that are a vital part of their cultural heritage. Efforts to protect dark skies here are not just about astronomy, they're about preserving cultural identity. On the other side, Maasai tribe in Kenya, they have long used the night sky for navigation and storytelling. Keeping the skies dark is crucial for maintaining their, this tradition of their culture. Communities can incorporate dark sky theme into the cultural festivals and celebration. In Iran, my country, the Yalda's Night is an ancient festival marking the winter solstice. Longest night of the year, families gathers, share stories, and celebrates. It's a beautiful example of how people connect with the night sky and cultural astronomy through the cultural traditions. There are opportunity to organize events that highlight cultural heritage through the night sky observations. The Dark Sky Alicurva Festival in Portugal does just that, combining stargazing with the local traditions, which not only promote tourism, but also cultural preservation. For promoting culture, many nations have a tapestry for myth and a story linked to the stars, which are considerable intangible cultural heritage. Greek mythology is full of these tales, like the stories behind the constellations such as Orion and Cassiopeia. These narratives continue to captivate and educate through the Dark Sky program, as I know. Preserving Dark Sky keeps these stories alive and relevant. The ancient cosmos in Peru, for example, with the celestial bodies as deities, and preserving Dark Sky ensures these stories endure for future generations.
Saeed, we're going to need you to bring your session or your presentation to a close. Thank you.
For fully collaborative between the art and culture, art and project expressions that emphasize the beauty of significance of dark sky also worth mentioning. Think about the Van Gogh Starry Night art workshop in the Netherlands and the UK. This workshop invites communities to explore the connection between the art and astronomy inspired by the Van Gogh work. Collaboration, for example, between the artists, astronomers, community to create culturally inspired works based on the night sky plays a key role in engaging the public. There's lots of programs all over the world. I see that this is really helpful for creating that actually between the culture and the astronomy. All right, let's shift gear and talk about the heritage preservation. Integrating dark sky preservation with the heritage conversation comes with its own set of challenges, opportunities. In Petra, Jordan, initiatives to reduce the light pollution around the historic site emphasize its cultural and historical significance while protecting the natural night sky. So I move my last slide, just I close actually my words. Finally, we must consider innovative solutions and opportunity to overcome these challenges. Among outreach programs, the IAU projects during the International Year of Light and IAU 100th celebration have begun instrumental in engaging the public, arousing the curiosity of young people, bringing together amateur astronomers and dark sky advocates. These kind of the projects really helps many kind of the people in this community that we can, propose new idea and create this kind of the framework to promote dark sky and quiet skies around the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Saeed. All right, in the interest of time, we're going to have to move along here. First of all, I'd like Clementina and Myra to stand up, please. Aniket and I are transitioning out of the chair for this working group, and these two young ladies will be the new chairpersons or co-chairs, so let's give them a hand. Want to take this opportunity, and Kelly, could you stand up, because Kelly has been amazing in providing support for this group. If you know Kelly, I think she works, what, 22 hours a day? She's definitely on call all the time. And she's been incredibly supportive and very helpful in just putting this session together as well. So we are definitely looking for new individuals to help or to join the working group, to join us. And so if you have any interest in that, if you can go ahead and talk to Clementina, Myra, myself, or Aniket, or Kelly, and she can go ahead and transfer you to us. But we are looking for people to join the working group and to actively participate. So the last session here, the last presentation is actually a series of 60-second poster snapshots. And so we're going to go ahead and play that video. Hopefully you can stick around and check out the quick snapshot video and then go visit the posters right after this. So thanks again for attending. Okay. Well, due to the delay, you can rush over here right now and talk to, Clementina or Myra and myself and join the working group. We always love new energy, new ideas. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brooke. I'm from Ethiopia. So I'm amateur astronomer. We build like an 8-inch telescope, Dobson telescope for the school. So I want to join your team. How can I join? How can we collaborate with you?
I think the best way would be to give Clementina your contact information, since he's right there, or your card, and we'll be reaching out to you. Thank you. Okay, the flash talks are ready to go, but I will not be doing any flash dancing, so. Oh, I need it, okay. I do need to press a play button. It's not, there it is. I have to keep. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirubel Mberu and I am excited to present our work on the Ethiopian amateur astronomy community at the Ethiopian Space Science Society. Our mission at ESSS is to inspire, educate the public about astronomy. We have achieved this through outreach programs like school visits, monthly stargazing events, and regional activities. For example, we've hosted a solar observation stargazing night, and we bring the wonders of the universe closer to students and the public. We have created innovative solutions like DIY maintenance and leveraging our communication with international organizations. Looking ahead, we aim to expand our activities, advocate for better policies, and promote astrotourism in Ethiopia. By building a strong amateur astronomy community, we hope to inspire the next generation of Ethiopian astronomers and foster a deeper appreciation for the cosmos. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to discussing our work with you.
With this video, we'd like to get you thinking about some what-if scenarios when it comes to planning the future of our meetings, conferences, and collaborations. Only your imagination need limit the spaces where we can meet.
What if we could meet and collaborate with people from all around the world, regardless of where you're physically located?
What if technology allowed the same togetherness with others informally, being together socially even while at a distance?
What if you could give a talk and have all the benefits of being on stage, but with an audience distributed around the world?
What if we could link real data to virtual objects and bring new ideas to life for collaborators from around the world?
What if we could meet in a place that goes beyond being there, somewhere humans cannot reach?
Hello, everyone. My name is Anika Miller-Rushing. I am the STEM Education Research Associate for Associated Universities, Inc. And one of the really fun projects that I get to present on today is called AstroExcel. It is a worldwide network of networks. That's goal is to increase research capacity and effectiveness within astronomy, education, engagement, communication, and culture. I'd really love for you to come to my poster and start having a conversation and dialogue, because I'd love to hear from you and how AstroExcel might be useful for you, or ways that you feel like we can grow the network of networks effectively and with intentionality for the entire field moving forward. So this poster shares who is in AstroExcel, our major activities, our research objectives, and the like. I hope you stop by my poster and let's have a conversation about AstroExcel, because there's some really fun things happening, and we'd love to make sure that it's a project that would be interesting or useful to you as well. Have a great day.
Yes, and then we just had a workshop on that. Kelly is involved with that project. I am as well. Fatima here is involved. Amy is involved. So you can ask any of us about that as well.
My name is Zach Medina. I am a professional astronomer living and working in Germany. In my poster, I'm presenting my voluntary project called Astronomía en Español desde Alemania, Astronomy in Spanish from Germany. An important aspect in our modern era is human mobilization. Therefore, living in other countries with other languages leaves several groups of people with a gap in their understanding about scientific knowledge. As a Spanish speaker who resides in Germany, I noticed that astronomy outreach in Spanish is missing in Germany. Therefore, I found this project to connect Spanish speakers with scientific activity and promote integration in German astronomy by highlighting institutes, museums, and exhibitions that are possible to visit in Germany. I have organized public events like talks, workshops, and cultural festivals in the Public Observatory of Bonn. Visit my poster.
It's 10. I don't. Oh, all right. The boss says we are done. We are done. I thank you again for coming to the presentations here and your interest in professional and amateur astronomy collaboration. And we look forward to working with all of you moving forward. So we could lock the door and make everybody sign up to be part of the working group if that's what it takes. Thank you again.
So that's why but maybe we want to think about it. Yeah, no, I think yeah.
But then this idea that we're starting to throw in this is like so it started with NTIA and figure out what if you got a researcher, a doctor, not an expert. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that can be the you know them. Yeah, if you find it out, start from there. I mean, you know them and just let me know.
Yeah, so I can send it.
So maybe we can have an idea how they.
Yeah.
You and maybe follow them.
Something, are you a member of the IAU? Yeah. Okay, so you should join the work. Not connected. Well, you're connected. There we go. So you
Already.
on the wrong spot, right? Right at the wrong spot. Yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, sure, but I mean, with that notion in mind. Okay, but with the notion in mind that I'm not. Right. So I mean, I think that there are different things because there are some real needs that we're going to talk about here. We're going to meet on Thursday. Thursday lunch? Yeah. So Thursday lunch, we're going to meet. But there are some things that we really need to work on. I think just providing engagement opportunities, whether it's conversations between certainly your efforts there, outreach and stuff, bring folks together. But now you're right. Right. Okay, good. Good. You know, we had to circle around so you could not leave. Okay. Sounds good. And I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
My family, my wife, my kids actually are into them. We are holding a conference in a planetarium. Something that like Japanese very interested. So and actually the deadline is have someone someone interested. It'll be November.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Afifa Yamani, your chair for the last sessions. And I hope you have fun. I know it's afternoon, maybe some of you are tired or sleepy, but let's start the last sessions. Do we have the presenters? The first presenter, Duduzile Kubeka. Okay, please, the time is yours. You will have 15 minutes presentations. And do you store the presentation there? The presentations, your slides. Because they don't have it right now. Okay. Let me check again.
Whilst they check, hello everyone. My name is Duduzile Kubeka, and my talk, which we're supposed to be seeing, is titled The Highlights of the Outreach Efforts in Africa. So I co-chair the Outreach and Education Committee for the African Astronomical Society, which is also handling outreach and public engagements for this event now. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the activities we've undertaken, at least in the past year. That's what I'll focus on, as well as how they're extended or how we are leveraging Africa hosting the GA and how we plan on reaching out to more communities during this time. So, no, I submitted it. It's okay, I can talk. Okay, so one of the outreach engagements is we have a global outreach program. The global outreach program run by Professor Jamal Mimoni. He's the former president for AFAS. So what we do in that is he literally goes around the different countries in Africa which still do not have astronomy in the field, engages with universities and some government departments to find ways to start introducing astronomy in those countries. So obviously once-off visits are not enough, so he does plan, as he goes there, he networks and gains contacts in those regions, and AFAS keeps in contact with those. So he's visited quite a number of countries over the past few years, and we continue having such engagements. So that's the global one. And I think you would know in Africa, there's still quite a lot of countries with no astronomy. and people would have to maybe travel to the few countries that actually do have astronomy. So that's the global outreach program. And then we have what we call the hashtag Africa Lookup campaign. So this campaign is literally just to encourage people to look up in the night skies. So it's split into three. There's the hashtag Africa Lookup to the skies, where we create regular posters and brochures where we explain general things that are happening at the night sky. You know, when you have maybe the Venus is in alignment with, you know, the moon, just basic things so that when people look up, they know what they are looking at. And we share this in all our platforms. And we have a team of people all over Africa who help translate in the different languages so that regionally, when people receive these resources, they actually can engage with them and read and understand. So we've translated in probably over 10 languages, but Africa has a lot more languages. So there's still a long way to go with it to get more collaborators to translate. And then there's the hashtag Africa Lookup to the Arts. So with the arts project, what we do is we have the open nights at the South African Astronomical Observatory. If you get a chance, you can have a tour at that site. They have tours every day. So we started a few months ago where the open nights are a regular thing at the SAU, but the arts element was introduced a few months ago where we would have a scientist or an astronomer giving a talk that evening, but we incorporate that with maybe the regional sketchers who would be sketching the site and that give a brief overview of what they do. Or we have a choir and storytellers just, you know, linking astronomy and celebrating cultural astronomy. And you have people coming there to sing and to dance and, you know, so with that, what we're trying to achieve is some people love the arts, some people love astronomy, and we're hoping to merge the two. When sometimes people are there for the arts, they end up staying for the science, and others are just here for the science and end up staying for the arts. And that has worked really well. So it was also a build up to the cultural exchange evening that we are hosting next week on the 13th. So if you're still around, what we're aiming to achieve with that evening is sharing stories of people all over the world and how they relate to the night skies. So it's like in South Africa, for example, we have the Xhosa culture, which links the month of June with initiation. And that's based on the Pleiades, right? So even the month is named after that part, and it's called Isilimela. So it's just stories like that where we learn about each other and where we come from and what connects us. And then there's the Africa Lookup and Share, where we just get stories from people all over, similar to this cultural evening where people share their stories of how their relationship with the night skies. And then that's it with the hashtag Africa Lookup. We ran last year National Science Week. So National Science Week is a national project, as the name suggests. But we got involved as the astronomy sector, and we had volunteers. The volunteers or ambassadors are astronomy students, postgraduate students, and science communicators who went around to different provinces. We have a total of 9 provinces. We went to 6 different provinces, had over 36 ambassadors who participated in outreach engagements in different schools throughout that entire week. So that was such a successful engagement that this year we decided to continue it, and we released seed grants where we now expanded it to the whole of Africa, and we're providing seed grants to all the different teams all over Africa who will go back to their communities. The main point of this is through the cascade model is what we're trying to achieve is that we want in high school, we're sending university students who can serve as immediate relatable role models to the groups. And what we're also trying to do with this cascade model is we're encouraging people to go back to where they come from, you know, in your hometown. What happens most of the time is the astronomy facilities, universities, and organizations are in the cities, and then no one goes back to the rural areas or the townships, and they left there with no one to really come back and engage them. So we are encouraging people, go back to your hometown, run the engagements there. And because you are from there, you speak a language that people in that area understand. You grew up there, you understand the conditions there. Even when the kids are listening to you, they relate to you because you have similar lived experiences. And we believe that's a much more powerful way of engaging people and doing outreach, because it's not just about talking science, but you also touch on the human element, which tends to stay for longer. To make sure this is sustainable, these ambassadors then provide contacts of the schools so they're in regular contact with the schools that they are visiting, and this is continuous until they say, you know what, we resign, we don't want to do this anymore. We're hoping this is going to be continuous, and every year they can at least go back. And it doesn't even have to be every year. If that's your hometown and you're going back during school holidays, we provide resources and they can just keep providing and supplying the school with that material. So this year we've received over 72 applications all over Africa, and I think we're only able to fund 40. So if you maybe assist with more funding, that would help. Okay, and then that was that. And then we have teacher training sessions that we run as well. Last year we helped with the SHOW IAU Africa Regional Meeting, where we hosted various teachers all over Africa, and we're partnering with science centers. But this year now, even now during the GA, we have teacher trainings happening every day, virtual sessions where we were taking advantage of the GA, and every astronomer who's here and wants to assist, even those who are attending virtually, every day they are lined up to do different topics in the curriculum Earth and Beyond, where they teach various astronomy topics and space science topics. And the teachers are really grateful, and we've invited all the teachers from across Africa to participate in these sessions. So we have, like I said, every day we have many astronomers assisting with these engagements throughout these 2 weeks, and it's something we continue to do with the organization that handles the schools and runs teacher training programs with the schools. And then next after that is we do have school visits. We do try over time to have school visits. This GA, we do have, again, school visits, because I don't know if you understand, but for us in Africa and in South Africa, hosting the GA is such a big deal for us because it's literally the first time. And astronomy is so inaccessible to many people in the country and many people in Africa. So if we have the opportunity to host so many people at the same time, we thought we will take advantage of it and go out to schools. There are people, teams today, we've seen 19 schools just today, with delegates who've signed up and gone out to schools to run engagements. And we're thinking this is an opportunity to bring these people in front of them. So maybe you are used to this field and you engage with astronomers every day, it means nothing to you. But for these people in these communities, it means the world to them, because whilst others may not have the opportunity to go out and go to a planetarium or meet astronomers, if you come there in their community, you bring it closer to them. They are able to dream bigger dreams and understand that it is possible even for them, because it's real now, right? I'm meeting this person and they are doing what I dream of. So it's attainable. It seems like that. And I'm saying this because I too grew up from the townships where things like these seemed so, so far-fetched from me. And seeing this happening right now is gosh, it's my happy child. My child is like super happy. I can't believe this is happening. And we give that opportunity to kids. I don't know how to move this to the next slide. I feel like now it's slowing me down. Okay, and then these are the teams of ambassadors who are doing the engagements last year. Okay, I've touched on this one and the arts. So what I forgot to mention with the arts is we ran this Beauty of Astronomy competition, which was open to schools all over Africa, and they could just submit various artworks. So we should be exhibiting them by the market area this week. So please do go around. You'll see some of the artwork. We had so many applications, over 300 applications, if I'm not mistaken. And it's beautiful artwork of just, when you reach out to people, you find ways that they connect with and that can bring them closer to this field. And this is one of them, where the kids were super excited and submitted all these different artworks. This is the choir when we're hosting the show workshop. You'll see them at the opening ceremony again, but they are working with us quite closely when we communicate indigenous astronomy. And because South Africa is like, and Africa, we really have always believed in or followed astronomy, even though we did not call it astronomy. A lot of our customs are linked to astronomy. So if we are to also reach out to the older generation, things like these help them understand what it is that we do, and they can connect even more with all of us. And the resources, so as we go out to schools, as we provide this information even to the public, we do create posters, flyers, and all of those things. And we have an amazing team of ambassadors who pull through and create these, and have people who assist in reviewing them. And then we publish them and share them with people everywhere. Wait, I almost forgot this. Thank you for the slides. We've been working with SASJA, the Association of Science Journalists, and this is a partnership that will really continue, because we need to communicate astronomy, right? It's like, as I said, it's very inaccessible. So if you want to reach out to as many communities as possible, the news reach people. It's either in community newspapers or radio stations. So we're working with people in the media or science journalists who are based in different stations or newspapers in their local communities, who, as we engage them about what we do and pair them up with astronomers, they're able to even communicate it in a language that people in those regions can understand. So this is a program that we've been running and will continue. We plan to have cohort of science journalists and astronomers to exchange knowledge. You know, when you have an astronomy student engaging with the journalist, and they form that network, and we can just continue making sure astronomy is in the news. In South Africa, there's a saying that we eat the resources. There's a lot of underserved areas, but funny enough, the ballot paper reaches every place, but sometimes you'd find schools with no textbooks or tables, you know? So we're trying to make sure that we utilize the same streams ballot papers use. Okay, I'm ending now. Oh, 2, okay, 2 is a lot. It's not changing now. Okay, hosts. Veronica was here earlier. So we compiled a database of hosts all over Africa who would like to host delegates as they come to the GA. And we've had some people actually took this up, contacted hosts all over the country and all over Africa, and went there before coming here. Others will be going there afterwards, because we are hosting in Cape Town, yes, but we would like everyone all over Africa to benefit from the opportunity of having the astronomers here this time. Okay, this is what's delaying me now. Astro Festival, we have a lot of people across the continent running engagements now. So you may have seen there was a call for satellite centers who are able to stream the proceedings of the conference wherever they are based across the continent. This is happening. They are still arranging talks, stargazing opportunities, hikes. It's happening all over Africa, and we have a lot of those lined up. So please do check the website that's now. I've mentioned the teacher training. Okay. Yeah, and then we are distributing eclipse glasses. Astronomers Without Borders have graciously donated so many to us, which is a huge project we'll be undertaking starting now at the GA, where we'll give some of these glasses to a lot of the people based in the different African countries to take them back home. And we'll be sending a lot more even afterwards, so that we can continue reaching out to more people. I've said a mouthful, but I still didn't say everything. So if you need to know more about the outreach efforts in Africa, or even now during the GA, please do find me or email me or Slack. I am very responsive, I promise you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dudusile, for a very interesting talk today. I'm really interested with the one that you asked everyone to go back to the rural area, to where they belong, and then share astronomy. So we don't have time for question and answers. You can go to Slack and ask there. Our second presenter is Sarah Kasura. She's online.
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me. Let me share
Yes,
my
we can
slides.
hear you.
Here's my slides. Share. There you go. Now you should see the slides, hopefully, if technical things work.
The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, hello, my name is Sarah Kasura. I'm based in Hamburg in Germany, and very nice to meet you all, virtually at least. And I want to introduce the project Hiker's Guide Through the Galaxy to you today. So Hiker's Guide Through the Galaxy is an outreach format that combines hiking or cycling through nature with science communication. And it's not limited to astronomy, of course, but I will be focusing on astronomy for obvious reasons. And the idea behind it is that people like hiking, they like cycling, they like spending time in nature. So why don't we use this time for our science communication? Now, I'll tell you right away, it wasn't my idea. So how it came about was that the German government decided that the German Year of Science 2023 should have the theme Our Universe. Then the German science communication organization Wissenschaft im Dialog came up with the Hiker's Guide Through the Galaxy. And then in looking for partners to do this project, they spoke to Astronomers for Planet Earth, which I am a member of. And so this is how I got to be here and give this talk, essentially. So just a very one-slide Astronomers for Planet Earth information for those of you who have never heard about it. So A4E is a global network of astronomers, which includes professionals, students, amateurs, educators, anybody to do with astronomy, really, with a common goal of addressing the climate crisis from an astronomical perspective. And if you're now wondering, so how do we want to do this, or how can I get involved? I can recommend the talk by Beatrice Mingo on Thursday afternoon in the OAD session. I also know there is a A4E related poster in this session by Leo Bocha, and another A4E related poster in the OAD session by Sarah Wagner. And well, you can of course check out the website or just get in touch with any of us. There's lots of us here. But now back to the actual Hiker's Guide Through the Galaxy. So in total, there were 17 tours guided by astronomers taking place in different locations all across Germany between June and October 2023. We had about 400 participants in total, and the tours are all documented on the outdoor app Komoot, so that even more people can follow the tours and benefit from the information. Now here's a screenshot from Komoot where you can see just some of the tours that took place. There were quite a lot of planetary trails. There were hikes to or around historically important astronomical sites or observatories, obviously. There were easy trails, there were kids trails, there were 4 to 5 hour hikes, round trails, one-way tours, so quite a variety of tours. And I just want to highlight 3 of those, namely the one that I led myself together with a colleague, and then 2 more that were led by colleagues from Astronomers for Planet Earth. So this is one of them, and then there's a 3rd one, which is not shown here. Right, so my tour was very easy in terms of preparation and organizational efforts because we just used the existing nature and history path from Börnsen, which is this village here, to Bergedorf, which is in the suburb of Hamburg, where the Hamburg Observatory is located, essentially. And so this path just happens to end near our observatory, so we said, why not use it? And this gave us a lot of information about the history and the nature of the region. And we then used this as a starting point to sort of supplement it with astronomical information. So, for example, we passed by this historical border stone here, which used to mark the border between Hamburg and Prussia, I think. Now it's at the border between Hamburg and its neighboring county, Schleswig-Holstein. But anyway, so I use this as a starting point to talk about, so how come that the Observatory of Hamburg is located right at the edge of Hamburg? Why not in the city center? And I use this to discuss things like, dark and quiet night skies and why we need them, not only for astronomy, but more in general. Then another historical landmark here was the Bronze Age barrow that we passed by, and this served as a starting point for, look, even back then, thousands of years ago, when this person that is buried here was alive, people did astronomy. So how come? And what do we do now? Why do we do fundamental science? Why do we need it? And then the main theme of the hike was really about all the natural beauty that we were hiking through, the forests and the fields and everything that we saw on the way, and all the wonders of nature, and discussing just like what all needs to come together for this to happen, for us to be here, essentially. So, you know, things like, okay, we need land, we need water, we need an atmosphere that we can breathe, we need a magnetic field to shield us, we need reasonable temperatures, we need enough sunlight to, you know, power photosynthesis, but not too much to not kill us all. We need to have the right spectral range. So we need a star of the correct size and the correct distance, and, you know, all of these things that come together, and then we need it all stable enough so evolution can happen. And all of these things that come together, and well, basically the bottom line, and then of course going to exoplanets and how often would this happen. And the bottom line is, of course, there is no planet B. We don't have an alternative Earth that we could go to once we've destroyed our Earth. And even if there were, it would be too far away. So, you know, we better take care of our planet Earth. Right, and then we finished with a little tour of the observatory where we looked at some of the historical telescopes, and that was led by my colleague Katrin Böckmann. So in total, we had about 20 people joining the hike, which I thought was a good number for this kind of outreach format. It wasn't the typical audience, like, I don't know about your places, but when we do public tours at Hamburg Observatory, then usually what we get is a sort of elderly audience, preferably male, and from sort of high educational backgrounds. With the hike, we got a lot more younger people, some teenagers as well, which are hard to reach in other formats. And some local people from the village of Bernsen who just thought like, yeah, I like hiking, why not? So it was a bit different in terms of audience. Also, hiking through nature for 2 hours with a small group of people does give you a lot of time to talk in a very informal atmosphere. So that led to some quite unusual topics in a way. So of course we talked about our work and what we do, but we also talked about why we do it, and, you know, all the things I just said what we talked about, but then also, like, you know, dark skies and fundamental science and climate change, and then also things like working conditions in academia, fixed term contract, these kind of things. So the talk got a lot more personal in a way than it would during the usual if I just give a presentation. And I think that was a good thing. It was certainly an interesting experience. So the second tour I want to briefly highlight is called Atemholen im Universum by Volker Ossenkopf-Okada, and that just means breathing in the universe. It was about a 2 hours round tour, which was attended by 35 people, which was more than were registered, including the mayor of Schalkenmeeren, which is this little town down here. And the overarching theme, again, was there is no planet B, but this time it was derived using the geophysics of the Vulkaneifel, which is the region where the hike took place, and the chemistry of planet formation combined with the formation of planetary atmospheres. And I actually had this sign here permanently installed, which makes the tour, of course, accessible to anybody not even aware of the hiker's guide or commute or anything, just anybody sort of in the region will see the sign and can read all the information there. So this was a very successful cooperation with the National Park and the Observatory Hohe List. It also was a lot of coordination overhead, is what Volker told me. Yeah, and here are just some visual impressions of this large crowd of people, about 35, with the observatory they visited and listening to some explanations, again, in the beautiful nature of the hike. And here's a zoom in of this sign, which was permanently installed. You can see this is in German, and this, I think, is Dutch, and this one is English, obviously. Yeah, so, yeah, I think this was a really long-lasting project in a sense that it'll be there forever. And then the third tour I want to briefly highlight is the Alpine hike by Leonhard Butcher and Tobias Borchert, which was called Astronomisch-Geographische Hüttenwanderung, which translates to Astronomical Geographical Hut Hike, which puts it quite to the point. So what was special about their tour is that they had a geographer, Roman Osner, who on the way up to the hut explained like geographical features of the Alps, like, you know, things like how the Alps formed. And, you know, the time frames are quite interesting. So one example is that the Alps started forming, so the mountains started forming about 135 million years ago or something, which happens to be roughly when we were on the opposite side of the Milky Way. And then yeah, so comparing these timescales is quite interesting. And then, of course, you can also, so you can see climate change quite clearly in the Alps. So he pointed out things about climate change too. And then the second special thing was that people actually stayed overnight. So a small group of 12 people actually stayed in the hut on the mountain overnight. And they used the evenings to give some Astronomy 101 classes and talks about dark skies. And then, of course, they did some stargazing when it was dark. And that must have been amazing because the sky in the Alps is one of the best that you can get in Central Europe. And then the next morning, they also had a beautiful sunrise, as you can see here. So that was quite an intense experience for the 12 participants who stayed overnight, and also for the organizers. Also time intensive, of course, but they were happy about it and wanted to repeat. So yeah. So yeah, that was the 3 tours that I wanted to highlight. So to sum up, the Hike a Sky Through the Galaxy is a very interesting new format that at least I didn't know before. It led to some new cooperations between us and the national parks or the Alpenverein. It was a very intense experience, both for the participants and for the organizers like us. And it definitely left a lot of lasting impressions. That was all I wanted to say to you right now, but I'm happy to follow this up further, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the talk. Another interesting talk, but we don't really have time for question and answers now because we ran out of time as well. So we will go to, thank you, Sarah. We'll go to the next speaker, Marika Ban.
Yes, hello. I want to talk about the mobile planetarium in remote areas and specifically in Namibia, the neighbor country of South Africa. But let me introduce myself first. I'm the head of communication at NOVA, and that's the collaboration of the Dutch astronomers at the 4 university institutes. The OAO grant we used to support this project was awarded to Eli Kazai, the NOC Namibia, and Tolmon Renchin, the NOC Mongolia, because they also have remote areas. We wanted to explore this concept, and us. But the work was done by my colleagues Johanna Holt and Joris Hansen. So that's the list of names. Okay, the AMT. Anybody knows what AMT stands for? African Millimeter Telescope. Of course, Mike knows, he's part of this project. Within the AMT, the partners are listed here. The Radboud University and the EHT Consortium wants to add an Africa baseline to the Event Horizon Telescope, the telescope who pictured the first black hole a couple of years ago. And a big social impact plan, I think that's what you call it, Maaike, is part of this project. But first about our own NOVA mobile planetarium program. We have 3 inflatable domes. We run the state-of-the-art Evans and Sutherland software, Digistar 7. And since 2009, I think, we reached over 500,000 school children in the Netherlands. And we have a 4th dome. In the Dutch Caribbean, our former colleague Jaap Veling started his own mobile planetarium project, and we support this with technical advice. And he's also sponsored by the Leiden astronomer Ewine van Dishoek through her outreach fund. collaboration with the AMT, a new radio submillimeter telescope in Namibia, African node of the EHT, and there is an ambitious social impact plan as said. And one big part of this social impact plan is a mobile planetarium. Now we lift off at the harbor of Amsterdam, and we fly to the south, and then you see again how big Africa is right now. And we end up in the capital of Namibia, Windhoek. So in 2019, there was a pilot visit with one of the Dutch domes, with the Nova Dome. And we visited for 1 week. I was involved still by then in the project. I'm not involved anymore directly. And we visited schools in Windhoek, near Windhoek, but also in a remote area near the Angolan border. And that was very interesting. One of the previous speakers told about schools that don't have tables or textbooks. Now, we were at schools which didn't have anything. So it was so cool to go there and to let them see their own constellations and the indigenous things and everything. It was a very rewarding trip, and we reached over 1,500 children in that year. Later that year, the Radboud University in the Netherlands purchased a new dome with the newest software and the newest optical parts in it, and donated that to Namibia, because we all felt it's a bit neo-colonial thing to say, okay, here's a planetarium and you have to do it like this. So that was not the idea, but there was no funding by then. Dus the only thing to get a planetarium there was by give it. Okay, so we did. And in May 22, 2 years ago, the project kicked off with technical training and again, school visits, and reached again over 1,000 students. In the midst of that year, there were 2 fully trained presenters, students from the University of Namibia. They did some ad hoc visits in and around Windhoek, and there were negotiations with local partners. But there are many challenges in a country with a lot of sand, and it is delicate equipment. And how do you transport that, and how do you organize it? And one important topic was transferring the responsibility to the local partners. Access to schools, how do you organize it, the logistics, as I said, and which business model. And there were also differences in astronomy background, because astronomy is not a very big field in Namibia at the university, and the students don't have a very firm background in astronomy. And later I will talk about that, because we use the IAU grants to support this. Last year, again, school visits, and the team also went to the Etosha area in the north. Sponsorships were secured, and the local training of students was done as well. And our role was, from that moment on, give technical support and advice on request, basically. This is Maaike. She's sitting over there during the 2024 training. This was in spring, I think, last year, this year, yeah. So we did so far 2 training visits, full remote support for the software. We act as an advisor to the planetarium team, and we organized this OEO grants, and we used that for Namibia-specific planetarium content. So we build in the Southern Hemisphere constellations in the software, the traditional constellations, also has an AMT content, and the Namibia locations. And because of the difference in background in astronomy, we also developed a sort of handbook for presenters. So with the full list of the concepts, for them to make it easy to explain those concepts and to learn, for example, the facts about astronomy. And this is the handout. Current status of the project. There are now 5 fully trained students. Am I right, Maaike? Yeah. 15,000 children are already reached in Namibia. And the model is still under debate, I think. In the Netherlands, schools have to pay for a visit. And the schools have money to do that. It's not a big amount. It's basically the direct costs for us that they pay for transportation and the students. Local coordinator is needed. Nice news. Earlier this year, the team was awarded the 2024 RES and Imonder medal.
You have two minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost finished. Okay. And the remaining challenges, full handover to the University of Namibia, coordination, as said, the remote visits, because that takes a lot of effort and that needs a lot of resources, and you really need sponsors for that if you want to keep the price very low, or if you want to reach those remote communities for free. Funding, business model, and the full handover. And this is what I had to tell. And if you want to know more, you can contact us. There's a website, blackholehunters.space, where there's more information. And in the CAP issue number 33, there are 2 articles on this project, one written by us, one written by by Maaike and the team, I think. And if you want to know really detailed things, I would say talk to Maaike. Thank you.
Thank you, Marika. I'm sorry again, we don't have time, so we move to the next speaker. But I want you to give applause to all the speakers today. Please, give a round of applause. I'm sorry. The next speaker is Naomi Asabre Frimpong. Am I right? Okay. The time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Hello? I checked.
You found it.
Okay, they found it. Yes. Is the slide okay?
We can't see it online. Oh, here we go. Good.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about Space Jam, which was an initiative by the Ghana Space Science Technology Institute to improve our visibility and the reputation of the institute in the country during last year's World Space Week. Thank you. So Ghana has been using space science, and we're working on the Ghana Radio Astronomy Observatory for over 10 years. But we realized in 2022 that most people don't know we even exist in the country. Even the media didn't know we existed. Well, they've been there a couple of times. So there was an initiative to increase our visibility in the country, because we are actually using space technology. We are using the spin-offs. And so not just astronomy, but also space technology in general. We wanted to make sure that they knew we existed and what we are working on, and how it can benefit the country. So the objective of the Space Jam was to increase the awareness of space science and its relevance to the socioeconomic development of the country, because we realized that people didn't understand how important space science was to their livelihood, and also to make sure that we are visible, as I said before, and also to give people a chance who are interested in space science and the night sky and the universe to know where to go to or who to contact if they are interested in those kind of topics, and to foster STEM education in our young children. So the Space Jam, let me describe it as an event that is a festival of science and space technology, which includes music, hands-on activities, tours, and meet the astronomer or the scientist, which we came up with to create a fun day for young people and the general public to be able to interact with the scientists who work with space technology. And so it was held at the Ghana Radio Astronomy Observatory, which we felt was important because it brought people to the location where the action was happening. So they knew where to come to, they knew what is going on, and they could also tour the facility. And it was important to bring them there because the facility is out of the city, it's on the edge of the city, so most people don't know where it was. And that also has helped us in so many ways, which I'll tell you about towards the end of the presentation. Now, our staff strength is very small. We are around 20 staff shared over between 4 different centers. And so we had to seek volunteers, over 20 volunteers from the public, from our friends who have interest in space science, to join us for that day. And it was a very interesting day. Let me tell you about it. So we had a list of activities lined up for the young people because we invited many schools, and we wanted the children to have fun. So we had music playing all throughout the day. They could dance, they could have competitions in dancing. They also had activities that they could do. We had the pocket solar system, where you can see the children cutting out and coloring their pocket solar system, which it shows how far the planets are from each other in the solar system. They also did the solar hat, which was one of the highlights of their days. At the end of the day, they could walk around with a hat on their head, and they had so much fun representing the planets in the solar system. They also did an activity called Around the World, which shows the difference between night and day. And also a sun and earth model to illustrate lunar and solar eclipses, try to help them to understand how these phenomena occur. We also had a tabletop radio telescope, which we set up for the older ones, like those from the universities and high schools, where they could observe the sun and take radio readings from the sun. Also, they were able to tour the facility of the observatory and actually climb the telescope to look at the motors and all the moving parts of the telescope, which was a really fun thing to do. And to be fair, that was a bottleneck of the whole program because everyone wanted to climb the telescope. And so at the end, we had people who couldn't climb and had to come the next day just to climb the telescope. So it was one of the highlights of the day. Now, in attendance, we had around 4 primary schools and junior high schools, as also the public, the neighborhood came around. And in total, we had about 500 people coming, which was more than we anticipated because in the end, we were kind of overwhelmed by the numbers. The media was invited and we had slots on the national news over the week. showing what we do and the challenges we are having at the observatory. Now we have some learning points from this activity because it was the first time we are having such an activity, and we wanted to do it first and on a smaller scale. We thought we'd do on a smaller scale, but it went more than, it was so popular that we overwhelmed, but we realized that we needed more activities. 4 activities were not enough for the children to enjoy everything. And we needed to keep them engaged all the time. And also, climb the telescope might not be the best activity because it created so much bottleneck for our activities. Also, we needed more materials than we planned for because this project was solely funded by the government, the institute. We didn't have so much funds to buy multiple materials for all the children to participate in the activity. So we realized that next time we have to overestimate the number of people who are interested in space science and its technologies. So I would say that the Space Jam was a successful program. Since then, we have had 200% increase in the number of school visits to the observatory. Since last year, we have over 2,000 students coming to visit the telescope to learn about what we do, which I think is a big plus. We have more media wanting to interview us or talk about what we do at the observatory. And I think that we will say that we did really well. And we hope to have it again this year, because we want it to be an annual program where people can rely on the institute to have this fun, exciting science-filled day where children can come and learn about space science and also science in general. So thank you very much. This is what I want to talk about the space science. But one thing I'll say is that any program like this, you need a cameraman who is dedicated to taking pictures and not having fun, because there were more exciting things that happened, but our cameraman was interested in more participating in the activity than taking pictures, and we ended up not having enough pictures to show. So I'm sorry, the pictures are a bit blurry and doesn't really focus because our cameraman was too excited about the program. So next time, we have to take a cameraman who is dedicated to the job of taking pictures. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Naomi. If you have any questions, you can go to OAO channel in Slack and send your questions there. So we move to the last speaker, Thomas Madura. Okay, you're in person. The time is yours.
So to save some time, I'll go ahead and do my introductions right now while we wait. So I'm from San Jose State University. This is going to be a project that is a large national collaboration from a number of different institutions in the United States. Our funding comes from the National Science Foundation. So this is a innovative technology experiences for students and teachers project. And so I needed to give my thanks to them for the funding that they have provided. This is work that we've been doing over the past couple of years. We just did our biggest, kind of our biggest tour around the country. Yes. Yeah, I submitted my slides. Yes. It might be under Madura. So yeah, while we wait for the slides, so I can go ahead and just give you the basic idea of the project while we wait for the slides to come up. So the idea is we're trying to teach, we are teaching astronomy to students with blindness and visual impairments across the United States. We have been doing this project for a number of years now, and we have had the project in 12 different states. In the 4 main United States Census regions, Northeast, South, West, and Midwest, serving in total about 150 students with blindness and visual impairments. And we have been doing this as summer camps. So we've been running these as week-long astronomy summer camps. And these students are from all areas of their home state. They have basically, here we go, perfect. Thank you. So let's see. Okay, so this is the National Science Foundation funding. And then I guess this one, yep. Okay, so what we do, so we use 3D printing. So you might be wondering, so how do you teach astronomy to students who are blind and visually impaired? We use 3D printing technologies to do specially designed tactile models. Some of these are to teach specific concepts, and some of these are actually taking Hubble Space Telescope and James Webb Space Telescope data and making it tactile so that students can actually feel the data. One of the reasons we're doing this is we're actually doing a legitimate research study to find out if 3D printed models can actually teach astronomy concepts. So we're not just doing this and saying, oh, here are these 3D prints. We are actually doing a research study to test the effectiveness of this approach. We are introducing students with visual impairments to professionals who are visually impaired, who have successful STEM careers. This includes blind astronomers and astrophysicists around the world. And the idea is to help motivate students with visual impairments to pursue STEM careers. Our backbone is engagement with teachers of the visually impaired and high school STEM teachers via educator partner institutes. We work together to develop the lessons and the activities, and they provide a lot of feedback about what works and what doesn't work. So we do annual professional development sessions, bringing teachers from all over the United States together to help us design the actual activities. So the students range in age 12 and up, recruited by the teachers. They stay on site, usually in dormitories, or they come as day campers. We also do planned evening social and recreational events. And we also do a lot of data gathering, which is displayed here on the slide. One of the things else that I want to also mention is that these students, even though they are visually impaired, students who have blindness and visual impairments also have a lot of other disabilities. So we have not only students with blindness, but we have deafblind, ADHD, autism, traumatic brain injury, childhood cancer, physical disabilities. We see everything. And we have to make sure that all of our activities and lessons are appropriate and accessible to everyone. So it's not just visual impairments. We're making sure that we're working to cover a whole host of different types of students. 5-day camp, we do these hands-on astronomy lessons. We also use sound and assistive technologies, including 3D printing. We focus on spatial thinking, which we think is important for students with VI. The thing that we're most proud of actually is our first lesson of the week, which is our unique centerpiece. And as far as we know, we're the only people in the world who have done this, is we have the blind, okay, so they got a little cut off. We have the students who are blind actually build the 3D printer themselves and learn how to use it. This took a lot of work to come up with, but we have large print and braille and audio instructions, and the students actually assemble and learn how to use the 3D printer with various assistive technologies. So that gets them to actually having a real hands-on STEM experience. The astronomy lessons, I don't have time to go into detail, so I'll just give you the quick preview. So we cover 8 topics: lunar phases, light and energy, the sun, 3D constellations, so building a constellation in 3D, the HR diagram, star clusters based on Hubble Space Telescope data, galaxies based on Hubble Space Telescope and James Webb Space Telescope data, and then a lesson based on large-scale structure of the universe and the cosmic microwave background. We also do field trips to various things like planetariums, observatories, STEM businesses, where we get special tactile tours so that students can have tactile experiences. We do tactile planetarium shows, all of these types of hands-on experiences. This is crucial. So one of the pictures didn't come through, unfortunately. So we have students meet professionals who are blind or visually impaired themselves who are in STEM, a lot of them astronomers, astrophysicists, because it's one thing for me as a sighted individual to say, oh, you can do astronomy, you can do STEM. It's more important for them to have the role model who says, I am just like you, I have done it, you can do it. It's going to be a lot of hard work because this is, to be frank, a visual world, but they can do it, right? And so we have these role models come and talk to the students about their experiences and give them STEM and astronomy career advice and higher education advice. Okay, so some selected key research results to date. Good news, we have found that 3D printed objects can actually work. However, you can't just hand a student a 3D printed model and say, here you go. That does not work. You have to explain what it is that they're feeling. You have to have appropriate context. And then you have to have Braille or audio descriptions or something like that. But we've done pre and post intervention interviews with the students, and we have found that the 3D printed models can work and are a way of teaching astronomy to students with visual impairments. Overall, looking at the data that we have so far, understanding of astronomical phenomena has increased as a result of participating in these week-long summer camps. One of the places where we saw great improvement was with understanding and interpreting HR diagrams. So the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, we found that overwhelmingly in the pre-intervention interviews, students had no idea what an HR diagram is or what it does or what it means or how to interpret it. But after just like a couple of lessons and walking them through tactile HR diagrams in an activity where we have them actually plot tactilely HR diagram data, they were able to know, recognize, and explain what an HR diagram is, which we thought was a really important thing. One area where we found that students with VI still struggle, and I think this isn't necessarily unique to students with VI, I think a lot of students and even people in general with astronomy is large abstract concepts such as galaxies, orbits, galactic distances, distances in the solar system. You can hit these concepts over and over and over again, and students will still struggle with having appropriate concepts of scale. Like I said, I don't think it's necessarily unique to students with VI. I think it's just in general. But it is something that is interesting to point out that, you know, they also have these similar things that they struggle with. Some of our models are freely available online via the websites. I'm happy to share these links if you want more information. And so the next steps, we have a ton of data that we have to go through. We've been working on this. We have lots and lots of data. We have interviews. We have quantitative data, qualitative data. So the goal now is to write everything up, publish our extensive results, share everything with the community. We're going to share all of our 3D models and lessons so that any educator in the world can use them. And then the next step for next summer is to apply for additional funding to scale this up for even more students in more areas, hopefully around the world and not limited to just the United States. So thank you very much and happy to talk with you more.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you everyone for your patience to wait with all the problem today. I want you to, let's give a round of applause to all the speakers today. And before we close the sessions, we still have a flash talk. There is 2 rounds of flash talks. So here. Okay. Yeah. can. Sorry. Okay.
The Mauritanian Association of Astronomy is a space to bring together scientists, amateurs, observers, students, and all the people who are interested in the practice, the theory of astronomy, and the development of science. That's Science of the Universe in Mauritania, founded in 2019, and also to promote scientist activity related to astronomy in general. The main objective of the association is a partnership with local and regional academic institutions, organized the very first space bus Mauritanian to travel the country and bring astronomy to remote villages across the country.
Hello everyone, I'm Exodus, Chenonsit, co-NOC and NAEC from Hong Kong, China. And today my sharing will be related to hands-on astronomy. Today my focus will be related to 5 keywords, STEAM. S belongs to sustainability that we can make reference from Sustainable Development Goals. For T, which is related to technology, there are a lot of really good softwares and websites that we can try it out to apply in daily life classrooms and outreach science communication. For E, exploration, so we can explore the night sky, that we can try to have some initiative and advocacies to raise more people awareness about the starry nights. Furthermore, it's about the arts that we can integrate astronomy with music or space art, involves more people interest about night sky and planetary science. And finally, which is for M, which is related to material, we can try to make some models and prototyping in order to raise people awareness about the night sky and know more about the constellations. And thank you everyone.
Okay. No, this is a pre-recording.
I am very pleased and honored to have the General Assembly for the first time in Africa. The General Assembly will gather more than 3,000 scientists from all over the world to present and explore much about the universe. The General Assembly will give me a good and very excited opportunity to share with you the more important activities for outreach in Egypt, the tools, the resources, and the other multiple elements that contributed much in success of our role in the Egyptian society. Thank you.
I will try once more. Okay.
The National Astronomical Observatory of Japan has held several UR Galileo workshops have been held several times in Mongolia since the International Year of Astronomy IAU 2009. Not only assembled telescope kits, but also simple planetarium equipment and astronomical telescopes have been donated for joint research. The natural environment and human activities in Mongolia are changing drastically. Desertification is particularly serious. The IAU aims to contribute to astrotourism and other SGDs. The IAU is exploring ways to take action against global warming. Ecotourism and astrotourism have a good affinity and are expected to develop in the future.
Is there any sound for this? Wait. Okay, sorry.
Hello everybody, my name is Suela Meti. I'm representing the Astronomy Club of Kosovo, the Pristina Observatory. I'm also representing the IAU Office for Astronomy Outreach and the Office for Astronomy for Education. It is my first time to be part of GA in this year edition in Cape Town, South Africa. And my poster title Starshine for Everyone, Fostering Inclusivity in Astronomy Outreach and Education, showcases our efforts to make astronomy accessible for all. In Kosovo, a region historically known for ethnic divisions, I want to share with you guys how we've been using the power of astronomy to share the wonders of the universe with diverse communities. Since 2014, we've been distributing solar glasses, telescopes, organizing multi-ethnic astronomy camps, different outreach activities, and we've reached so many people. Our future plans include launching the first mobile observatory and planetarium so we can reach to more people. And we want to also inspire the next generation of astronomers under the shared skies. So please join our mission to ensure that the stars shine for everyone. For more information, please make sure you visit our website or scan the QR code in our poster. So thank you for being part of this journey.
Greetings, friends and colleagues. I'm Eduardo Penchado, and I'm delighted to invite you to explore the poster Shining Bright, NOC Brazil's Journey Through Astronomy Public Engagement, presented at the Office for Astronomy Outreach session of the historic General Assembly. Since 2018, NOC Brazil has worked to bring astronomy closer to the public through a variety of innovative projects. For making telescopes more accessible through the Telescopes for All initiative, to engage the public in creating a virtual art gallery with the Art of Astronomy project. Our mission is to make the wonders of the cosmos accessible to everyone. I would be delighted to share more of our journey and achievements with you. So be sure to visit our poster. I look forward to seeing you and engaging in lively discussions at the event. See you soon.
I think we have one more set. Am I right? Wait.
Look Up is a virtual exhibition aimed to enhancing and giving maximum diffusion to the stellar atlas, cometography and selenography preserved in the Italian observatories. Using virtual reality, 3D models, video, etc., visitors can discover how our knowledge of the cosmos changed throughout the century. Connected to the exhibition, and in collaboration with the Save the Children, we have developed 6 educational workshops, which the main aim is to reach the children, boy and girl, who suffer from greater social fragility, promoting and supporting self-determination and self-expression regardless of personal condition, gender, social status or cultural of belonging. In this way, the cultural heritage of Italian astrophysics is used as an opportunity to develop new skill and passion. Look Up is a virtual exhibition aimed to enhancing and giving maximum diffusion to the stellar atlas, cometography and selenography preserved in the Italian observatories. Using virtual reality, 3D models, over the next few years, between Chile and the Canary Islands, the Cherenkov Telescope Array Observatory will install more than 60 telescopes of 3 different sizes, which will form the largest ground-based gamma-ray observatory. To engage the public and describe the characteristics of the CTAO, we decided to use new technology, and now we are realizing a virtual reality experience, a planetarium show, and an immersive video. Thanks to these 3 experiences, the user will be able to learn about the characteristics of the most violent source in the universe, reveal what happened when a very high-energy photon produced by this astronomical object interacts with the Earth's atmosphere, and discover the future of very high-energy astrophysics. Finally, we are also carrying out a scientific research to understand which of these 3 products represent the best match between engagement and learning. Over the next few years, between Chile and the Canary Islands, the Cherenkov Telescope Array Observatory will install more than 60 telescopes of 3 different sizes, which will form the largest ground-based gamma-ray observatory. To engage the public and describe the characteristics of the CTAO, we decided to use new technology, and now we are realizing a virtual reality experience, a planetarium show, and an immersive video. Thanks to these 3 experiences, the user will be able to learn about the characteristics of the most violent source in the universe, reveal what happened when a very high-energy photon produced by this astronomical object interacts with the Earth's atmosphere, and discover the future of very high-energy astrophysics. Finally, we are also carrying out a scientific research to understand which of these 3 products represent the best match between engagement and learning.
Immagina la scena di un crimine. Ecco, lo spazio è come la scena di un crimine. Se analizzi le scie blu, capisci da dove è partito il colpo.
Here is a short excerpt of a theatrical play, Echi di Luce, that we have organized under the auspices and funding of the European Union. My name is Anna Volter, and I'm responsible of the INDACO group. INDACO stands for the INAF, for the dissemination of ASTRI and CTA Observatory. We have presented the Cherenkov effect that we use to discover and study the highest energy photons emitted by celestial sources by using an array of Cherenkov telescope. This has been a very fun experience and interesting, and I will tell you all about it when we meet next in Cape Town.
Immagina la scena di un crimine.
I'm Anjali Tripathi, NASA's Exoplanet Science Ambassador, and I know that when we talk about outreach, we usually start with a view of the night sky and the constellations, and exoplanets is a fairly new field. And it can be hard to get people feeling connected to that. But one of the easiest ways is actually to point out to them the stars that actually host exoplanets. And the Eyes on Exoplanets tool, which is what I'm talking about in my poster, allows you to get a glimpse of these worlds. And not only the worlds where we've already discovered exoplanets, but places where we're hoping to look at with future telescopes. So for example, if we zoom in on one of them, we can actually see that this is a system with multiple planets already discovered. We can get a sense of what they're like, their composition, their size, their scale. And we can also explore what makes this star such an exciting target for future exploration. So stop by and see our poster to talk about how you can use Eyes on Exoplanets in your own outreach. I'm Anjali Tripathi.
Throughout the ages, astronomy has captured curiosity and creativity. And as we delve deeper into its mysteries, we have seen how astronomy can play a role to improve mental health and well-being. Research shows that nature helps to improve mental health. It helps with stress and anxiety. And the night sky has similar effects. It helps us feel connected, helps us feel a sense of belonging to something bigger. Imagine stepping outside and looking at the vast, clear sky. Maybe you see some stars. This can help you get a new perspective on the challenges that you face, and it allows you to simply be. Now, by integrating astronomical concepts with psychological practices, we are making strides in using astronomy as a tool to improve mental health and well-being. So the next time you feel overwhelmed, walk outside and look up. Throughout the ages, astronomy has
The University of Limpopo Science Center has been involved in a number of astronomy outreach activities. These activities include workshops for learners, workshops for teachers, training workshops for science center science communicators. It also included outreach for general public. These activities have been rolling out ever since the International Year of Astronomy in 2009. These activities will be highlighted on this poster, and it will also be showing some bit of impact that these activities have made over the years. At the same time, these activities were rolled out in partnership with different organizations and institutions that include SASTA, that includes South African Astronomical Observatory, that also includes our sister university in Limpopo Province, University of Venda.
Hi, I'm Veronica Allen, a postdoc at the Kaptein Astronomical Institute and from astrochemistveronica.com. I'm going to give you a preview of my poster, Playing with the Solar System, Creating Positive Experiences with Science for Young Children. Now, early primary is a great group to work with, but it can be difficult engaging them if you're accustomed to older learners. Fortunately, they're eager for new information and experiences, and learning through play is a very effective method for reaching them. In my lesson, each student chooses a planet, moon, or dwarf planet to play with. We go through their galactic address from familiar locations to the Milky Way galaxy. And then we play solar system with all of the planets going around the sun and all the moons going around their planets, eventually ending with the whole group energetically running and spinning through the room. We like to follow up with a related craft and some book and website recommendations. Whether they learn any new facts or not, having a fun and positive childhood experience with science can help children maintain interest during the later stages of schooling. All my materials are freely available on my website, along with some translations that I've collected, but I'm always interested in collecting more if you'd like to contribute. Thanks. Hi, I'm Veronica Allen, a postdoc.
Hi, this is Alessandra Zanazzi. I work at the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics, and we have a group working on playful activities and game-based learning. Please come and meet me at the poster Pixel and Cosmo Hunters, Game-Based Activities Research at ENAF, number 2872. We can chat about the original professional-grade games that we developed. Pixel a board game addressed to young adults to understand the world of astrophysical research and the resolution of images, and Cosmo Hunters, a card game to play with multi-wavelength astronomy for younger kids. Hello, everybody. My name is Alessandra Zanazzi, and I invite you to have a look at our poster, second star to the right, the INAF Cultural Project, Connecting Art, Tourism, Heritage, and Astronomy in Historical Cities. We present a new format for communicating science and for involving different audiences in discovering the connection between astronomy, art, and society in town. As part of this project, we created the first editorial series of astrotouristic guidebooks of cities like Rome, Florence, Padua, Palermo, and Catania that invite tourists and citizens to search for science into monuments and historical places. Please come and meet me at the poster. The number is 2472.
I'm Afifa Yamani, NOC Indonesia. My poster discusses looking up the growth of astronomy community and media in Indonesia, the relations of media and community for astronomy development. Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands, so the easiest way to reach the public is by using online platform. We have several astronomy magazines, but most of them discontinue because of high cost, and we also have a number of astronomy online media. In social media era, astronomy media use the platform to share, discuss, and build community. And the astronomy group in social media turned into offline astronomy club and community. Currently, we have more than 100 astronomy community in Indonesia. Astronomy media plays a vital role in building astronomy awareness, while the astronomy communities become the backbone of astronomy outreach. The collaboration between both of them amplify the reach and impact of astronomy outreach and also boost the public support for astronomy-related issue and policy. Come and visit my poster. Thank you. I'm Afifa.
How many people do you know who work in astronomy communication, outreach, or public engagement? Well, yes, it's a mouthful. There are a lot of jobs and roles and skills involved. Are you by any chance one of them? Then, if you're in a junior career role, then I have a question for you. How long did it take you to figure out exactly what you wanted to do and whether that thing really existed as a job? And if you're in a more senior career role, I have a different question. How often do you get emails and requests from junior people or even students who are wondering how to get started in that field? Well, in my case, in my experience, that happens quite a lot. So I started interviewing people to make our profiles available, and I started a blog to collect open vacancies in this field. Have a look at my poster where I talk about both projects and let me know what you think. I would like us to reflect on this collectively as an astronomy communication community.
Everyone, my name is Fatima Bondiadi, and in this video I'm going to share with you some theoretical science communication in use. The Soha Astronomical Events in Iran is a shining example of how science communication can bridge the gap between the wonders of astronomy and communities often left behind. Inspired by the science communication audience pyramid, Soha takes a special approach to public outreach. Imagine a group of enthusiastic volunteers, including artists, athletes, and even celebrities, reaching out to people who might not have easy access to science education: sick, visually impaired, hearing impaired, individuals with disabilities, orphans, and refugees. Soha's approach starts with fun, interactive activities that break the ice and create connection with these isolated communities. These initial interactions aren't just about astronomy, they're about building trust and a shared sense of wonders. Soha's secret weapon, the science communication audience pyramid. This model categorizes the public into layers, and by understanding this model, we just need to level up every category. One.
If you have a teenager or a young adult in your life, you know it can be pretty hard to separate them from this little device, right? They spend hours just scrolling and scrolling on social media platforms like Instagram and like TikTok. Well, the good news is astronomers and astronomical institutions can also produce content for those platforms. So instead of trying and failing, probably, to get them to drop their phones, we can just give them scientific content to consume.
My name is Enrique, I'm a PhD student in astronomy, and for the past 2 years, I've been running an Instagram account that shows people what it's like to be an astronomer and a PhD student. Here in my poster, I outline some of the reasons why I think Instagram has a really strong potential to help us reach younger audiences, and I share a bit more about my own experience running this account. Here's my Instagram handle if you'd like to go check out some of the content that I make, and please DM me or email me if you'd like to discuss anything about this.
That's the last talks. Thank you for being with us today, and this is the end of the OAO sessions. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for the technical issues.